Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone decided to destroy your life as a hobby? Because that's basically what happened to me last year, and I'm still not entirely sure why I was chosen, or how they managed to turn my entire existence into what felt like a carefully orchestrated nightmare. It started with small things that seemed like coincidences at the time. I was 26 and working as a freelance graphic designer in Brighton, living in a studio flat above a bakery and scraping by on logo designs for local businesses while trying to build something resembling a sustainable career. The first weird thing was getting a parking ticket for a car I didn't own, parked outside my building on a Tuesday morning when I was definitely inside working on a branding project for a yoga studio. I called the council to explain the mistake, but they insisted their record showed I was the registered owner of a blue Ford Focus that I'd never seen in my life. Then my Netflix account started showing viewing history for programs I'd never watched. Documentaries about serial killers, foreign films with subtitles, reality shows that I wouldn't normally choose. When I changed my password, the strange viewing activity stopped for about a week before starting up again with different content. My Amazon account began ordering items that I didn't need and couldn't return because they were being delivered to an address I'd supposedly provided but had never lived at. Random things like kitchen equipment, books about home improvement, even clothing in sizes that didn't fit me. Each incident individually seemed like a technical glitch or identity mix-up that could happen to anyone in the digital age. But collectively, they started feeling like someone was systematically interfering with my online accounts and official records. I spent hours on customer service calls trying to sort out these problems, explaining to increasingly skeptical representatives that I wasn't responsible for activities that were clearly connected to my personal information, but which I definitely hadn't initiated. The explanations got more difficult when the problems started affecting my work. Clients would email asking about changes to projects that I hadn't made, complaining about missed deadlines for work I'd never agreed to do, even requesting refunds for services that weren't in my normal pricing structure. My professional reputation started suffering as clients lost confidence in my reliability and communication skills, despite me having no idea why they thought I was failing to meet commitments I'd never made. Then I started receiving messages from people claiming I'd contacted them about various services, photography sessions, consulting work, even personal meetings that I definitely hadn't arranged. Strangers would show up at the bakery looking for me, confused when I explained I'd never spoken to them before. It became clear that someone was impersonating me online, conducting business and social activities using my identity, while I was completely unaware these interactions were happening. I tried researching identity theft protection and recovery methods, but most of the advice focused on financial fraud rather than systematic impersonation for purposes that didn't seem to involve stealing money or credit. Whoever was doing this seemed more interested in disrupting my life and damaging my relationships than gaining access to my bank accounts or personal financial information. The scope of the impersonation was more comprehensive than typical identity theft, suggesting someone with considerable time, technical skills, and motivation to cause problems that went beyond simple financial gain. I started documenting everything: screenshots of accounts I hadn't accessed, records of services I hadn't requested, evidence of activities that were being attributed to me despite my having no involvement in them. The documentation process led me to discover that the impersonation was happening through online platforms and services that I'd never heard of, including communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Some of the fake activities attributed to me were taking place in areas of the internet that required special software and knowledge to access, suggesting that whoever was impersonating me had technical expertise that went far beyond casual computer use. I learned how to access these hidden parts of the internet myself, hoping to understand how someone was using my identity in spaces that most people never encounter. What I found was deeply disturbing. Multiple communities dedicated to what they called identity gaming, where participants systematically impersonated real people for entertainment purposes rather than financial gain. The communities treated identity theft as a form of interactive entertainment, with members competing to see who could cause the most disruption to their chosen targets while maintaining the impersonation for extended periods. My own identity was being used by someone who had created detailed profiles of my personal and professional life, sharing updates about activities they were conducting while pretending to be me. Other community members were following my case like a television series, commenting on the effectiveness of different impersonation techniques and suggesting new ways to complicate my attempts to reclaim control of my own identity. The discussions were casual and matter-of-fact, treating real people's lives like characters in games that existed for their amusement, rather than considering the genuine harm being caused to actual individuals. Some participants specialized in particular types of identity disruption: professional sabotage, relationship interference, financial complications, even legal problems that could be created through systematic impersonation of their targets. They shared techniques for maintaining long-term impersonations, methods for accessing personal information needed to create convincing false profiles, and strategies for causing maximum disruption while avoiding detection by their victims or legal authorities. The sophistication was impressive and frightening, demonstrating that identity theft had evolved into a form of organized harassment that was conducted for entertainment rather than profit. I tried to identify which community member was impersonating me, but the discussions used pseudonyms and avoided specific personal details that might make individual participants identifiable. The person using my identity was referred to by other community members as someone who was particularly skilled at long-term impersonation projects, suggesting this wasn't their first time systematically destroying someone's life for entertainment. They had been documenting my responses to the identity interference for months, sharing updates about how I was attempting to resolve the problems they were creating, and analyzing the effectiveness of different disruption techniques. My attempts to fix the identity theft problems had been providing entertainment for an audience that was following the destruction of my life, like an ongoing reality show. The community discussions included detailed analysis of my personality, behavior patterns, and psychological responses to stress, compiled through systematic observation of how I handled the various problems they were creating. They knew intimate details about my daily routine, work habits, social relationships, and financial circumstances that could only have been gathered through comprehensive surveillance of my online and offline activities. The identity impersonation was just one component of a broader harassment campaign that included systematic monitoring of my private life and real-time analysis of how different types of interference affected my mental health and social stability. I realized that I hadn't just become the victim of identity theft, but had been selected as an unwitting participant in what amounted to a psychological experiment conducted for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering as interactive media. The games they were playing with my identity were designed to test how much disruption one person could handle before their life became completely unmanageable, with my responses being documented and shared as content for an audience that found systematic harassment amusing. I tried to report what I discovered to relevant authorities, but explaining that my identity was being used for entertainment purposes in hidden internet communities sounded like paranoid delusion rather than verifiable criminal activity. The evidence I'd gathered was difficult to present in ways that would convince investigators who weren't familiar with the technical methods being used or the psychological motivations behind systematic harassment for entertainment purposes. More importantly, the community discussions had made it clear that reporting their activities to authorities was considered part of the game, with participants sharing techniques for avoiding official investigation while maintaining their harassment campaigns. They had experience dealing with victims who attempted to expose their activities, using legal and technical methods to protect their identities while continuing to conduct systematic harassment of people who tried to interfere with their entertainment. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years without facing consequences, suggesting either that their methods were sophisticated enough to avoid detection, or that authorities lacked effective tools for investigating this type of systematic harassment. I started researching methods for protecting myself from ongoing identity theft and harassment, but discovered that most security recommendations were inadequate for dealing with determined individuals who had made systematic destruction of someone's life into a long-term entertainment project. Standard identity protection services focused on financial fraud rather than comprehensive life disruption, and most cybersecurity advice assumed attackers were motivated by profit rather than entertainment-based psychological harassment. The technical skills required to maintain long-term identity impersonation and systematic life disruption were considerable, suggesting that the people involved in identity gaming had expertise that went far beyond casual computer knowledge. But they were also patient and methodical, willing to invest months or years in harassment campaigns that provided ongoing entertainment rather than immediate gratification. About 6 months after discovering the identity gaming communities, the harassment escalated beyond online impersonation into activities that affected my physical safety and offline relationships. People started showing up at my flat looking for me in connection with activities that I'd supposedly conducted but had never been involved in. Some were confused individuals who thought they had legitimate business with me, but others seemed genuinely angry about things they believed I'd done. My landlord received complaints about noise, activities, and behavior that were attributed to me, but which I definitely wasn't responsible for, leading to threats of eviction based on lease violations that I hadn't committed. Local businesses began refusing to serve me because of problems they claimed I'd caused during previous visits that I could prove I'd never made, creating difficulties with basic daily activities like shopping and dining. The identity gaming had evolved from online impersonation into systematic interference with my offline life, using information gathered through digital harassment to create problems in my physical environment and social relationships. I realized that the entertainment value for the identity gaming community came from watching how comprehensive life disruption affected someone's ability to function in normal society. With my increasing isolation and practical difficulties providing content for their ongoing amusement. The psychological experiments aspect of the harassment became more obvious as the problems escalated in ways that seemed designed to test specific aspects of stress tolerance and social adaptability. Different types of problems were introduced systematically, as if someone was working through a checklist of life disruption techniques to see which approaches were most effective at causing lasting damage to my mental health and social stability. The community discussions I'd found suggested that successful identity gaming projects could continue for years, with participants maintaining long-term harassment of their chosen targets, while documenting the gradual destruction of their victims' lives as ongoing entertainment content. My case was apparently considered particularly successful because I'd remained in the same location and continued attempting to maintain normal life despite the systematic interference, providing sustained content for an audience that preferred long-term psychological breakdown over quick, dramatic results. The realization that my entire life had become entertainment for people who specialized in systematic harassment was more disturbing than any individual problem they'd created, because it meant that every difficulty I experienced was providing satisfaction for an audience that wanted to see me suffer. I tried changing cities, moving to Glasgow, and attempting to start fresh with new accounts, new clients, and new social connections that weren't contaminated by the identity theft problems I'd experienced in Brighton. But within weeks of arriving in Glasgow, the same patterns began appearing. Parking tickets for cars I didn't own, account activities I hadn't initiated, professional complications caused by work I'd never agreed to do. The identity gaming community had followed me to the new location, continuing their harassment campaign with techniques that were adapted to my changed circumstances, but maintained the same systematic approach to life disruption. Moving had actually provided them with additional entertainment content as they documented my attempts to escape their harassment and analyze the effectiveness of their methods across different environments and social contexts. I realized that the identity gaming had become a permanent feature of my life, rather than a temporary problem that could be resolved through practical measures or geographic relocation. The people conducting systematic harassment had made destroying my life into a long-term project that would continue regardless of how I attempted to protect myself or rebuild my social and professional relationships. The technical sophistication and time investment required for maintaining comprehensive identity theft and life disruption suggested that this was more than casual entertainment for them, but had become a serious hobby or even professional activity that justified considerable effort and resources. I started wondering how many other people might be experiencing similar systematic harassment without understanding that their problems were being caused by individuals who had made psychological torture into interactive entertainment. The identity gaming communities I discovered were large and active, with hundreds of participants conducting harassment campaigns against targets who probably had no idea their life problems were being artificially created and maintained for other people's amusement. The casual tone of discussions about systematic life destruction suggested that this type of harassment had become normalized within these communities, with participants treating comprehensive psychological torture as routine entertainment rather than serious criminal activity. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years, building expertise in psychological manipulation techniques and developing specialized skills for causing different types of life disruption depending on their personal interests and their targets' vulnerabilities. The professionalization of systematic harassment for entertainment purposes meant that victims were facing individuals who had considerable experience and technical resources, making effective resistance or recovery extremely difficult without specialized knowledge and support. I continued living in Glasgow while the harassment continued, adapting to a life where every aspect of my daily routine could potentially be disrupted by people who found my suffering entertaining enough to justify years of systematic interference. The identity gaming communities continue operating. The systematic harassment of selected targets continues expanding, and people continue experiencing comprehensive life disruption without understanding that their problems are being artificially created by individuals who have made psychological torture into a form of interactive entertainment. I still work as a graphic designer when the identity theft allows clients to trust my communications, still deal with problems caused by activities I've never conducted, still wonder which people I encounter might be involved in communities that treat systematic harassment as legitimate entertainment. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own. And by then, it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than council work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, the project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that match their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances, while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations, and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people, with the intervention strategies I'd developed providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation, disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs, rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. When your GP refers you to a specialist for problems you didn't know were serious enough to require expert attention, you generally assume the referral is legitimate medical care rather than recruitment for activities that have nothing to do with healthcare. This started about 14 months ago when I went to see Dr. Patterson about persistent headaches and sleep problems that were affecting my work as a teacher. I'd been having trouble concentrating during lessons and felt constantly tired despite getting what should have been adequate rest. Dr. Patterson ran the usual tests: blood pressure, basic neurological checks, questions about stress levels and lifestyle factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. Everything came back normal, but she seemed concerned that the headache pattern might indicate underlying issues that required more specialized evaluation. She referred me to what she called a wellness clinic that took a more comprehensive approach to diagnosing and treating stress-related health problems. The clinic supposedly used advanced assessment techniques that could identify health issues before they developed into serious medical conditions. The Exeter Wellness Institute looked professional enough when I arrived for my appointment. Modern building near the hospital, well-dressed reception staff, waiting room filled with the sort of health and lifestyle magazines you'd expect from any private medical facility. The initial consultation was more thorough than anything I'd experienced with NHS services. Dr. Kensington, the specialist who saw me, spent nearly 2 hours discussing my symptoms, work stress, lifestyle habits, and personal circumstances that might be contributing to my health problems. She explained that modern stress-related health issues were often caused by environmental factors that traditional medicine didn't adequately address: digital overwhelm, social isolation, information processing difficulties that created chronic psychological strain. The assessment process would involve monitoring my daily activities and stress responses over several weeks, using digital tools to track patterns that might not be obvious during brief medical appointments. She provided me with what appeared to be a standard health monitoring app that would record sleep patterns, activity levels, and stress indicators throughout my normal daily routine. The data would help identify specific triggers for my headaches and develop targeted interventions. The monitoring process seemed reasonable and potentially helpful for understanding what was causing my health problems. I agreed to participate and was given detailed instructions about how to use the monitoring software. But the app required access to considerably more personal information than seemed necessary for basic health monitoring. It wanted permission to access my internet browsing, social media activity, communication patterns, and even location data that would track my movements throughout each day. When I questioned the extensive data requirements, Dr. Kensington explained that modern health assessment needed to understand the complete environmental context of stress-related symptoms. Digital behavior patterns, social interactions, and daily routines all contributed to stress levels in ways that couldn't be measured through traditional medical approaches. The comprehensive monitoring would provide insights into my health issues that wouldn't be possible through conventional medical evaluation, helping identify intervention approaches that could address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. The explanation made sense from a holistic health perspective, and I was eager to find solutions for symptoms that were genuinely affecting my quality of life and professional performance. Over the following weeks, the monitoring app tracked every aspect of my daily routine with systematic thoroughness. It recorded when I went to sleep and woke up, what websites I visited, who I communicated with, where I went during weekends, even what I purchased and what television programs I watched. The data collection was remarkably comprehensive, creating what Dr. Kensington described as a complete lifestyle profile that would allow precise identification of factors contributing to my stress-related health symptoms. After about a month of monitoring, I returned for follow-up consultation to review the findings and develop a treatment plan based on the data that had been collected about my daily routine and stress patterns. Dr. Kensington presented detailed analysis of my monitoring data, identifying specific patterns that she claimed were contributing to my headaches and sleep problems. According to her assessment, my symptoms were being caused by digital overstimulation and social isolation that required targeted lifestyle interventions. The treatment plan she recommended involved gradually reducing exposure to stressful online content while increasing engagement with supportive community activities that would provide better social connection and mental stimulation. She provided access to what she called therapeutic digital environments, online communities that were specifically designed to reduce stress and promote mental well-being through positive social interaction and meaningful discussion. These communities weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, but required special software that filtered out the advertising, negativity, and information overload that characterized mainstream social media platforms. The therapeutic communities were populated by people who were dealing with similar health issues and stress-related problems, providing mutual support and discussion focused on wellness and recovery, rather than the competitive and often toxic dynamics of conventional social media. Dr. Kensington explained that spending time in these curated online environments would help retrain my stress responses while providing the sort of genuine social connection that was essential for mental and physical health. The therapeutic digital environments were indeed different from anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. The communities were focused on thoughtful discussion about health, wellness, personal development, and mutual support for people dealing with various life challenges. Participants shared experiences about managing stress, developing healthier lifestyle habits, and finding meaning and purpose in daily activities. The discussions were supportive and intellectually engaging, providing exactly the sort of positive social interaction that had been missing from my routine. I found myself genuinely enjoying the time I spent in these communities and felt that my stress levels were improving through regular participation in discussions that focused on wellness and personal growth, rather than the anxiety-provoking content that dominated mainstream social media. But as I became more involved in the therapeutic communities, I started noticing that some discussions included topics that seemed to go beyond health and wellness into areas that felt more like systematic analysis of people's personal vulnerabilities and psychological weaknesses. Some community members shared detailed information about their daily routines, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and emotional triggers with a level of specificity that seemed excessive for general wellness discussion. Others provided analysis of family members, co-workers, and social connections that read more like psychological profiling than supportive community conversation. The discussions weren't just focused on personal wellness, but were systematically documenting detailed information about participants' social networks, personal circumstances, and psychological vulnerabilities that could potentially be used for purposes beyond therapeutic support. When I questioned why wellness discussions needed such detailed personal information, other community members explained that effective stress management required understanding the complete social and psychological context of people's lives. They assured me that sharing comprehensive personal information was essential for receiving meaningful support, and that the community's therapeutic effectiveness depended on members being completely honest about their circumstances and relationships. The explanation seemed reasonable within the wellness framework that Dr. Kensington had established, and I found the community discussions genuinely helpful for managing my stress-related health symptoms. But I also started recognizing that some community participants seemed to have detailed knowledge about people in Devon, including specific information about individuals who lived and worked in areas around Exeter that I was familiar with. Some discussions included enough local detail that I began to wonder if I might recognize the people being analyzed if I encountered them during normal daily activities around the city. The therapeutic communities weren't just focused on abstract wellness discussion, but were actively collecting and analyzing detailed personal information about real people in my immediate geographic area. I realized that Dr. Kensington's health monitoring and therapeutic digital environments weren't legitimate medical treatment, but were systematic data collection operations designed to gather comprehensive personal information about Exeter area residents. My participation in wellness communities had made me complicit in activities that involve systematic analysis of real people's personal vulnerabilities and private circumstances for purposes that weren't related to healthcare or therapeutic support. The health monitoring app had been used to compile detailed profiles of my personal information, social connections, and daily routine that were being shared with communities that specialized in analyzing and potentially exploiting people's psychological and social vulnerabilities. When I tried to research the Exeter Wellness Institute more thoroughly, I discovered that it wasn't registered as a legitimate medical facility and that Dr. Kensington didn't appear in professional medical directories or have verifiable credentials through appropriate regulatory bodies. The entire wellness assessment and treatment process had been designed to collect personal information rather than provide healthcare, using medical terminology and therapeutic frameworks to make systematic data gathering seem like legitimate health services. My symptoms hadn't been treated through evidence-based medical interventions, but had been used as justification for comprehensive surveillance and information collection that was being shared with people who specialized in analyzing personal vulnerabilities for purposes that weren't related to healthcare. The therapeutic communities I'd been participating in weren't focused on wellness and mutual support, but were sophisticated information collection systems where people were encouraged to share detailed personal information that was being analyzed and potentially used for exploitation rather than therapeutic purposes. I tried to investigate what was being done with the personal information I'd shared through the wellness monitoring and community participation, leading to discovery of online spaces that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. These hidden communities were focused on systematic analysis and potential exploitation of individuals who had been profiled through various data collection methods, including wellness services that collected comprehensive personal information under the guise of providing healthcare. The detailed personal information I'd shared through therapeutic community discussions was being used by these communities to develop profiles that could be used for targeted manipulation, harassment, or other forms of exploitation of real people in the Exeter area. My health monitoring data was being analyzed not for therapeutic purposes, but to identify psychological and social vulnerabilities that could be exploited by people who specialized in systematic manipulation of individuals they'd never met, but whose personal circumstances they understood in comprehensive detail. The wellness treatment that had supposedly addressed my stress-related health symptoms had actually made me complicit in systematic information gathering that was being used to facilitate potential exploitation of people in my own community. When I tried to withdraw from the Exeter Wellness Institute, and report what I discovered about their activities. I found that my participation agreements included extensive clauses about confidentiality and data protection that made exposing their activities legally complicated. More disturbing was discovering that some people in Exeter were experiencing problems that seemed to correspond to the detailed vulnerability analyses that were being conducted in the hidden communities I discovered. Individuals whose personal information had been collected through wellness services and other data gathering operations were experiencing targeted difficulties that seemed designed to exploit the specific psychological and social vulnerabilities that had been identified through systematic analysis of their personal circumstances. My participation in what I'd believed was legitimate healthcare had contributed to information collection that was being used to facilitate systematic targeting of real people for psychological manipulation and potential exploitation. The Exeter Wellness Institute continues operating, recruiting people with genuine health concerns who believe they're receiving innovative medical treatment rather than participating in comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic analysis of personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic communities continue collecting detailed personal information from participants who think they're receiving mutual support for wellness and recovery rather than providing intelligence that's being used to develop exploitation profiles. People throughout Exeter continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation that's based on comprehensive analysis of personal information they shared while seeking healthcare, believing their difficulties are personal problems rather than systematic targeting by individuals who specialize in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. I still work as a primary school teacher, still deal with occasional headaches and sleep problems, still wonder whether some of the personal and professional difficulties experienced by people around me might be caused by systematic targeting based on vulnerability analyses that were developed using information they shared while seeking legitimate medical care. The referral that seemed like access to innovative healthcare turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic exploitation of vulnerable people through analysis of personal information they provided while seeking medical treatment for genuine health problems. If someone told you they'd found the perfect job that paid 3 times your current salary for half the hours, you'd probably assume there was something seriously wrong with it. But desperation has a way of making obvious red flags look like minor inconveniences you can work around. I was 29 and completely broke in Sheffield, trying to make freelance copywriting work while my savings dwindled, and my landlord started leaving increasingly pointed messages about late rent payments. The gig economy had turned out to be considerably less flexible and lucrative than advertised, leaving me scrambling for any work that might pay actual money instead of exposure and experience. That's when I saw the job listing that seemed too good to be true. Content writer for a digital marketing company, remote work, $30,000 a year for 20 hours a week. The only requirements were strong writing skills and what they called comfort with unconventional subject matter. The company was called Meridian Content Solutions, which sounded professional enough, and their website showcased previous work for various corporate clients. Nothing spectacular, but legitimate-looking marketing copy for businesses I'd never heard of, but which seemed real enough. I applied immediately, sending samples of my best copywriting along with a cover letter that probably sounded more desperate than professional. Within hours, I received a response asking if I was available for a phone interview the following morning. The interview went better than expected. The hiring manager was professional but friendly, asking standard questions about my experience and writing process. She seemed impressed by my portfolio and explained that they needed writers who could adapt to different client requirements without getting overwhelmed by unusual content requests. Some clients wanted marketing copy for products or services that existed in legal grey areas, she explained, requiring writers who could focus on technical accuracy and persuasive language without worrying too much about the ethical implications of what they were promoting. The work would involve creating content for various digital platforms, including some that weren't accessible through mainstream internet channels. Clients in these specialized markets were willing to pay premium rates for quality writing, which explained the generous salary for part-time work. She offered me the position on the spot, sending contracts and payment information that looked legitimate and professional. The salary would be paid monthly into my bank account, with no complex freelancer tax arrangements or delayed payment terms. I accepted immediately, reasoning that even if the work turned out to be questionable, the income would solve my immediate financial problems and give me breathing room to find something more conventional. My first assignment was writing product descriptions for what appeared to be a high-end security consultation service. The copy needed to emphasize discretion, expertise, and results, while avoiding specific details about methodology or client outcomes. The writing challenge was interesting, creating marketing materials that sounded impressive and professional, while remaining deliberately vague about actual services provided. It required the sort of creative ambiguity that demonstrated genuine copywriting skill. The client feedback was positive, and I quickly received additional assignments for similar security and privacy-focused businesses. The work was challenging but engaging, requiring me to research unfamiliar industries while maintaining the professional tone that luxury service providers expected. After about a month of steady work, I was assigned to create content for clients who operated through what my manager called alternative digital platforms. The copy would be published on websites that required special access methods, targeting audiences who weren't reached through conventional marketing channels. The technical requirements were more complex than anything I'd worked with before, involving software that connected to parts of the internet I'd never encountered. But the pay rate was even higher, and the writing challenges were genuinely stimulating. The first alternative platform assignment was creating promotional materials for a private investigation service that specialized in what they called deep background research. The copy needed to appeal to clients who required information that wasn't available through conventional investigative methods. The writing required balancing professionalism with hints about capabilities that couldn't be advertised openly, creating marketing materials that communicated expertise without making specific claims about illegal or unethical research methods. As I worked on more assignments for alternative platform clients, I started understanding that these businesses operated in areas where traditional advertising wasn't possible or effective. They needed marketing copy that could communicate their value to sophisticated audiences while maintaining plausible deniability about activities that might not be entirely legal. The writing challenges were intellectually engaging, requiring research into complex subjects and careful language choices that could imply capabilities without stating them directly. It was the sort of copywriting that demanded genuine skill and creativity. But I also started noticing that some assignments involved creating content for services that seemed to go beyond legal grey areas into activities that were clearly harmful to other people. One project required marketing materials for what was described as a social influence consulting service that helped clients manipulate online discussions and reputation management through coordinated harassment and misinformation campaigns. Another assignment involved promotional copy for a service that provided competitive intelligence through systematic surveillance and invasion of privacy targeting business rivals or personal enemies. The clients weren't just operating in legal grey areas, but were actively engaged in systematic harm to other individuals, using professional marketing copy to make their harmful services seem legitimate and appealing to potential customers. When I expressed concern about creating marketing materials for services that seemed designed to cause harm, my manager explained that all clients had been vetted for legitimacy and legal compliance. My role was to provide professional writing services, not to evaluate the ethics of client business models. She reminded me that copywriters regularly created marketing materials for industries they might personally find objectionable: tobacco, alcohol, gambling, even political campaigns. Professional writers focused on technical quality rather than moral judgment about client activities. The rationalization made sense from a business perspective, and the income was solving problems that had been causing genuine stress about housing and financial stability. I continued working on assignments while trying to focus on writing quality, rather than thinking too carefully about how my copy was being used. But as I created more marketing materials for alternative platform clients, I started recognizing that some services were targeting activities in Yorkshire, including Sheffield, and surrounding areas where I lived and worked. The competitive intelligence services I was writing for weren't abstractly harmful businesses operating in distant locations, but were actively targeting people in my own community for surveillance and harassment. Some marketing copy I'd written was being used to promote services that were probably causing genuine harm to neighbors and strangers who lived in the same city, where I was earning money by helping their tormentors market professional harassment services. I realized that my copywriting skills weren't just being used to promote questionable services, but were actively contributing to systematic harm affecting real people in my immediate geographic area. The marketing materials I created were helping harmful services seem professional and legitimate, making it easier for them to recruit clients who wanted to cause problems for specific individuals in Sheffield and surrounding areas. My writing was providing the professional credibility that made systematic harassment look like legitimate business services rather than criminal activity, helping harmful actors present their activities as technical consulting rather than organized cruelty. I tried to research Meridian Content Solutions more thoroughly, looking for verification that the company was legitimate and that my concerns about client activities were unfounded. What I discovered was disturbing. Meridian Content Solutions appeared to be a front company that existed primarily to recruit writers for creating marketing materials that made illegal or unethical services appear professional and legitimate. The company's business model was providing marketing support to harmful services that operated through hidden internet platforms, helping them recruit clients by presenting criminal activities as technical consulting or professional services. My writing skills weren't being used for legitimate digital marketing, but were essential infrastructure for helping harmful actors market their services to potential clients who might be deterred if they understood they were hiring criminals rather than professional consultants. The generous salary and flexible work arrangements had been designed to recruit writers who had financial pressures that would make them willing to overlook ethical concerns about client activities in exchange for steady income. I'd been targeted specifically because my freelancer financial struggles made me vulnerable to recruitment for activities that I might normally find morally unacceptable, but which could be rationalized through professional distance and economic necessity. The job listing hadn't been posted widely, but had been carefully placed where struggling freelance writers would find it, targeting people whose financial situations made them more likely to accept work without asking too many questions about client business models. When I tried to quit and report what I discovered about Meridian Content Solutions, I found that my employment contract included clauses about confidentiality and non-disclosure that made exposing their activities potentially expensive and legally complicated. The professional-looking contract I'd signed without reading carefully had included terms that protected the company from employee reporting of client activities, making it risky for me to expose harmful services I'd helped market. More concerning was discovering that some of the marketing materials I'd written had been successful enough that the harmful services were expanding their operations, using my professional copy to recruit additional clients for systematic harassment targeting Sheffield area residents. My writing had been effective enough at making harmful services seem legitimate that they were able to grow their operations and cause more extensive harm to more people in my own community. The marketing copy I'd created was continuing to generate business for services that specialized in causing psychological and professional harm to specific individuals, with my professional writing skills being used to expand the reach and effectiveness of organized harassment campaigns. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement with Meridian Content Solutions, and the marketing materials I'd created continued being used to promote harmful services that were expanding their operations throughout Yorkshire. Some of the harassment services I'd helped market were probably still causing problems for people I encountered during daily activities in Sheffield. Using professional marketing copy I'd written to present systematic cruelty as legitimate technical consulting, I eventually found other copywriting work through more conventional channels, but the income was considerably lower and less stable than what Meridian had provided, making it difficult to maintain the financial stability I'd achieved through writing marketing materials for harmful services. The alternative platform clients continue operating. The systematic harassment services continue expanding their operations, and people continue experiencing professionally marketed harm that's disguised as legitimate business consulting through marketing copy, written by freelancers who need the income more than they need clear consciences. I still work as a freelance copywriter, still live in Sheffield, still wonder whether some of the financial and personal problems experienced by people around me might be caused by services I helped to market to clients who were looking for professional ways to cause harm to specific individuals. But I'm also aware that financial desperation can be systematically exploited by people who understand that struggling freelancers will write marketing copy for almost anything if the money is good enough, and the moral implications are presented as someone else's responsibility. The perfect job that paid 3 times my previous salary turned out to be writing professional marketing materials for systematic harassment services, with my copywriting skills being used to help criminal activities seem like legitimate business consulting to clients who wanted to cause harm, but preferred to think of themselves as hiring technical experts rather than criminal services. The marketing copy I wrote continues helping harmful services recruit clients and expand their operations, while the financial stability I achieved through that work makes it difficult to report activities that I helped facilitate through professional writing that made organized cruelty look like respectable business services. You'd think that winning a competition you never entered would be exciting. But when the prize is something you never wanted, and the competition involves skills you didn't know you possessed, it becomes the sort of experience that makes you question whether some opportunities are actually traps, disguised as good fortune. This started about 10 months ago when I was working as a primary school teaching assistant, helping Year 3 students with reading comprehension while trying to save enough money to complete my teaching qualification. I was 28 and living in a shared house with 2 other women who worked at the local hospital, content with a simple routine that involved work, evening classes, and weekend visits to my parents in nearby Burton. The letter that changed everything arrived on a Thursday morning, printed on expensive paper with a logo I didn't recognize, informing me that I'd been selected as the winner of something called the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge. According to the letter, I demonstrated exceptional analytical skills during an online evaluation that had been conducted without my knowledge, identifying patterns and drawing conclusions that place me in the top percentile of participants nationwide. The prize was a laptop computer and a £500 Amazon voucher, which seemed generous for a competition I couldn't remember entering. But the letter included screenshots of responses I'd apparently provided to various online questionnaires and puzzle challenges, showing analysis that was considerably more sophisticated than anything I remembered doing. The screenshots looked authentic and were definitely written in my communication style, but they discussed topics I knew nothing about and demonstrated problem-solving approaches that seemed beyond my actual capabilities. I assumed there had been some kind of administrative error, but when I contacted the organization behind the competition, they insisted their records were accurate and that my analytical performance had been genuinely impressive. They explained that the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge had been conducted through routine internet activities rather than formal testing, analyzing how people naturally approached information processing and pattern recognition during normal online browsing. My responses to various websites, social media platforms, and even online shopping decisions had apparently demonstrated analytical thinking that was particularly valuable for certain types of digital research projects. The competition had been designed to identify individuals with specific cognitive strengths who might be interested in participating in advanced research activities that required sophisticated analytical capabilities. They offered additional opportunities for paid research participation if I was interested in using my analytical skills for projects that weren't available to the general public, but which could provide substantial financial compensation for the right candidates. The initial research project they described sounded straightforward, analyzing online communities and social dynamics using skills I'd apparently demonstrated during the competition evaluation. The work would be conducted remotely and would pay significantly more than my teaching assistant salary. I was curious about what analytical skills I'd supposedly demonstrated, and the financial opportunity was appealing given my student debt and career development expenses. I agreed to participate in the initial research project to see what was involved. The research materials they provided required special software that allowed access to online communities that weren't part of mainstream internet platforms. They explained that understanding digital social dynamics required studying how people behaved in various types of online environments, including spaces that operated outside conventional social media systems. The first communities they directed me to study were academic in nature. Discussion groups focused on complex political theories, philosophical debates about ethics and social responsibility, even collaborative problem-solving communities where participants worked together on challenging intellectual puzzles. My role was to analyze communication patterns, identify influential community members, and document how information spread through these networks. The work required the sort of detailed pattern recognition and social analysis that apparently made me suitable for the research project. I found myself genuinely engaged with the analytical challenges, discovering that I had stronger observational skills than I'd realized and could identify subtle social dynamics that weren't immediately obvious to casual observers. The research supervisors were impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex communities that required deeper analytical expertise to understand properly. Some of these communities were focused on activities that seemed ethically questionable, sharing personal information about strangers, coordinating harassment campaigns, even planning activities that appeared to be designed to cause psychological harm to specific individuals. When I expressed concern about analyzing communities whose activities seemed harmful, the research supervisors explained that understanding problematic online behavior was essential for developing better digital safety measures and protecting potential victims. They assured me that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating harmful activities, helping identify warning signs and intervention points that could be used to prevent digital harassment before it escalated into serious harm. The academic framework made sense, and I was genuinely interested in contributing to research that might help protect people from online harassment and digital manipulation. But as I continued analyzing these communities, I started noticing that some participants were discussing activities that involved people in Derbyshire, including detailed information about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Derby and Burton. The communities weren't focused on abstract or distant harassment targets, but were actively planning activities that would affect real people in my immediate geographic area. Some discussions included enough specific detail about local individuals that I began to worry I might recognize the targets if I encountered them during normal daily activities around Derby. When I reported these local connections to my research supervisors, they seemed particularly interested in my ability to identify geographic and social context that other analysts had missed. They explained that having researchers with local knowledge was valuable for understanding how online harassment translated into real-world impact, and asked if I could provide additional context about the local references I'd identified. The research assignment was shifting from analyzing online behavior to providing intelligence about my own community, but the academic justification made this feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to provide local context for the harassment activities I was analyzing, telling myself this was contributing to protective research that would ultimately help potential victims rather than facilitating harm. But as I provided more detailed information about Derby area locations, businesses and social networks, I realized that my local knowledge was being used to enhance the effectiveness of harassment campaigns rather than protect people from them. The communities I was analyzing weren't theoretical research subjects, but active harassment groups that were using my analysis to improve their targeting and coordination of real harm against specific individuals in my own community. My analytical skills hadn't been identified through a legitimate competition, but through systematic observation of my online activities by people who were looking for individuals with specific capabilities that would be useful for enhancing their harassment techniques. The research project wasn't academic study of digital social dynamics, but recruitment for providing analytical support to groups that specialized in systematic psychological torture of selected targets. I tried to stop participating in the research, but discovered that my involvement had already provided enough local intelligence to make withdrawal complicated without risking exposure of activities that I'd inadvertently supported. The research supervisors made it clear that my analytical contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in research projects would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial analytical support for implementing. The implication was clear. I'd become complicit in harassment activities through my analytical work, making it dangerous for me to attempt withdrawal or exposure without facing potential consequences for my own involvement. I continued providing analytical support while trying to understand the scope of what I'd gotten involved in and whether there were safe methods for extracting myself from activities that I now understood were causing genuine harm to real people. The research projects expanded to include analysis of additional communities and coordination of more sophisticated harassment campaigns, with my local knowledge being used to enhance targeting of Derby area residents who had been selected for systematic psychological manipulation. Some targets were individuals whose daily routines I'd observed during normal activities, making me realize that my analytical work was directly contributing to harassment of people I encountered regularly in my own community. The psychological impact of knowing that my analysis was being used to cause suffering to neighbors and strangers was considerable, but the implied threats about consequences of withdrawal made escape seem impossible without risking serious personal repercussions. I realized that the competition I'd supposedly won had been a recruitment trap designed to identify people with analytical capabilities who could be manipulated into providing support for harassment activities through academic justification and financial incentives. The analytical skills I demonstrated hadn't been exceptional individual capabilities, but had been artificially enhanced through careful presentation of information and systematic manipulation of my responses to create the impression of expertise that would justify recruitment for specialized activities. Other people in Derby and surrounding areas were probably experiencing harassment that was being enhanced by analysis I'd provided, while believing their problems were random misfortune rather than systematic targeting, facilitated by unwitting local intelligence. The communities I'd been studying continued expanding their harassment activities while refining their recruitment techniques based on analysis of how people like me could be persuaded to provide support for activities we would normally find morally unacceptable. About 6 months after my initial recruitment, I received information that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than being one of many analytical researchers working on separate projects, I'd been the primary intelligence source for harassment activities affecting dozens of people throughout Derbyshire, with my local knowledge providing the geographic and social context that made systematic targeting possible. The harassment campaigns I'd been analyzing weren't just research subjects for academic study, but active operations that were causing genuine psychological harm to real individuals who'd been selected based partly on intelligence I'd provided about local vulnerabilities and social networks. My analytical contributions hadn't been supporting protective research, but had been essential infrastructure for harassment activities that would have been impossible without local intelligence from someone with my community knowledge and analytical capabilities. The people conducting these harassment activities had invested months in recruiting and manipulating me specifically because they needed analytical support from someone with legitimate community connections who could provide intelligence while believing they were contributing to protective research. I'd been selected not because of exceptional analytical skills revealed through a competition, but because my profile as a local education worker with financial motivations and strong ethical instincts made me an ideal target for manipulation into providing support for activities I would never knowingly facilitate. The recruitment process had been tailored to my specific psychological vulnerabilities and ethical reasoning patterns, using academic justification and gradual escalation to overcome my normal moral resistance to systematic harassment. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement in these activities, and the harassment campaigns I'd supported continued expanding while incorporating intelligence I'd provided about local community dynamics and individual vulnerabilities. I still work as a teaching assistant, still live in Derby, still encounter people who may be experiencing harassment that was enhanced by analysis I provided, while believing I was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating systematic psychological torture. but I'm also aware that analytical capabilities can be systematically exploited by people who understand how to present harmful activities as legitimate research, and that good intentions can be weaponized by individuals who specialize in recruiting well-meaning people for activities they would never choose to support if they understood the true consequences of their involvement. The test I thought I'd pass by winning a competition I'd never entered turned out to be evaluation for recruitment into activities that treat systematic harassment as entertainment, with my analytical skills being used to enhance the suffering of real people in my own community, while I believed I was contributing to academic research designed to protect potential victims from digital manipulation. Sometimes I wonder if agreeing to help my cousin with her social experiment was the single worst decision I've ever made, because what started as a weekend favor turned into discovering that some people's idea of entertainment involves activities that would make most horror films seem tame by comparison. This happened about 8 months ago when I was living in Norwich, working as a children's librarian and trying to save enough money for a deposit on a better flat. My cousin Emma had just finished her sociology degree at UEA and was supposedly conducting independent research for her dissertation about online communities and social behavior. Emma had always been the clever one in our family, the type who got firsts in everything and talked about academic theories over Sunday dinner, while the rest of us discussed EastEnders. So when she asked if I'd help with her research project, I was flattered that she thought I could contribute something meaningful to actual university work. The experiment she described sounded straightforward enough. She wanted to study how ordinary people reacted when they were gradually introduced to online communities that existed outside mainstream social media platforms. Nothing dangerous, she assured me. Just documentation of psychological responses to different types of digital social environments. She'd already recruited several other participants, but needed someone with my demographic profile. Late 20s, limited technical knowledge, stable employment, but not particularly high income. Basically, she needed someone who represented what she called digital normalcy to round out her research sample. The methodology involved me spending designated time periods in various online communities, documenting my reactions and observations according to structured guidelines she'd developed. She'd pay me £200 for participating in what she estimated would be about 20 hours of research activity spread over several weeks. I should have asked more questions about what types of communities I'd be exploring, but Emma's academic enthusiasm was infectious, and I trusted that university research would have appropriate ethical oversight. Plus, £200 was significant money for someone living on a librarian's salary. She set me up with software on my laptop that would allow access to what she called alternative social platforms, communities that weren't part of the mainstream internet, but weren't necessarily hidden or secretive. Just different approaches to online social interaction that required specific tools to access. The first communities she directed me to were exactly what I'd expected from academic research. Discussion groups about political topics that were too controversial for Facebook. Hobby communities focused on interests that were too niche for general platforms. Even artistic spaces where people shared creative work that wouldn't get attention on commercial social media. Emma had prepared detailed questionnaires about my reactions to each community, how welcoming they seemed, whether the discussions felt authentic compared to mainstream platforms, what psychological needs these spaces seemed to fulfill for their participants. The academic framework made everything feel legitimate and purposeful. I was contributing to understanding of digital sociology while getting paid to explore parts of the internet I'd never encountered before. But as Emma guided me through different communities over the following weeks, the content started becoming more concerning in ways that felt deliberately progressive rather than randomly varied. Some communities were focused on sharing information that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow, not necessarily illegal content, but material that violated typical social media policies about violence, harassment, or privacy violations. Others seemed designed around activities that most people would consider ethically questionable, like systematic documentation of strangers' private lives, or coordination of harassment campaigns against specific individuals. When I expressed concern about the increasingly extreme content, Emma explained that understanding the full spectrum of online social behavior required studying communities that operated outside conventional moral boundaries. Her research couldn't be comprehensive if it only examined socially acceptable digital spaces. She reminded me that anthropologists had always needed to study cultures and practices that might seem disturbing from outside perspectives, and that digital anthropology required the same willingness to document uncomfortable social realities. The academic justification made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did online communities develop their own moral frameworks? What social mechanisms allowed groups to normalize behavior that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Emma seemed particularly interested in my reactions to communities that focused on what they called social observation, systematic monitoring and documentation of people who weren't aware they were being watched. These communities treated surveillance of strangers as legitimate research into authentic human behavior, arguing that people only acted naturally when they didn't know they were being observed. Participants shared detailed information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions were academic in tone, treating real people like research subjects in ongoing behavioral studies. But the lack of consent from the people being studied made these communities feel more like organized stalking than legitimate research. Emma asked me to spend more time in these surveillance-focused communities, documenting how they justified their activities and what psychological satisfaction participants seemed to derive from systematic invasion of privacy. The research assignment felt increasingly uncomfortable, but Emma's academic framework provided rationalization for continuing to study communities whose activities I found morally disturbing. She explained that understanding how people convinced themselves that surveillance was justified required extended observation of their psychological reasoning processes. Academic research often demanded temporary ethical discomfort for the sake of broader social understanding. Over several weeks of studying surveillance communities, I started noticing that some participants were sharing information about people in Norfolk, including details about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Norwich. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in my immediate geographic area. Some of the surveillance targets were described in ways that made me wonder if I might recognize them if I encountered them during normal daily activities. Local professionals, university students, even public service workers whose routines were being systematically documented by strangers. When I mentioned the local connection to Emma, she seemed genuinely excited about this development. Having surveillance activities that I could potentially verify through independent observation would enhance her research significantly. She suggested that I try to identify some of the Norwich area surveillance targets, comparing the community documentation with what I could observe about these individuals during my own daily routine. This would provide valuable academic insights into the accuracy of surveillance techniques and the psychological impact of systematic observation on both monitors and targets. The research methodology was shifting from studying online communities to potentially participating in their surveillance activities, but Emma's academic enthusiasm made the transition feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to try identifying some surveillance targets, telling myself this was contributing to important social research rather than participating in organized stalking activities. But as I started paying attention to people around Norwich who matched descriptions from the surveillance communities, I realized that Emma's research had made me complicit in systematic invasion of privacy, affecting real individuals in my own community. The people being monitored weren't abstract research subjects, but neighbors, co-workers, and strangers whose private lives were being documented for the entertainment of online communities that treated human privacy as content to be consumed. I tried to investigate Emma's university research more thoroughly, looking for verification that her dissertation was legitimate academic work with appropriate ethical oversight. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The sociology dissertation she described didn't exist in UEA's academic records, and the research methodology she was using wouldn't be approved by any legitimate university ethics committee. Emma wasn't conducting academic research into online communities, but was using academic terminology to recruit participants in activities that were actually designed to introduce people to surveillance and harassment communities for purposes that weren't related to scholarly investigation. I realized that the social experiment I'd been participating in was actually a recruitment process designed to gradually normalize systematic privacy violation by presenting it within academic frameworks that made harmful activities seem intellectually justifiable. My documentation of psychological responses to surveillance communities hadn't been contributing to sociology research, but had been providing information that could be used to refine recruitment techniques for drawing ordinary people into activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. Emma had been studying my psychological adaptation to increasingly extreme online communities, analyzing how academic justification could be used to overcome normal ethical resistance to systematic harassment and privacy violation. The research questionnaires I'd been completing had been documenting the effectiveness of different persuasion techniques for convincing people to participate in activities that violated their own stated moral principles. I'd become an unwitting test subject in research about psychological manipulation, rather than a volunteer contributor to legitimate academic sociology. When I tried to confront Emma about what I'd discovered, she'd already graduated and left Norwich, providing no forwarding address to family members who assumed she'd moved away for postgraduate study or employment opportunities. Her university contact information led nowhere, and her social media accounts had been deactivated, suggesting she'd planned to disappear once her recruitment activities in Norwich were completed. I never found out how many other research participants she'd recruited, or whether the surveillance activities I'd been introduced to were continuing with different facilitators who used similar academic justifications. The online communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of Norfolk residents continues expanding, and people continue being monitored and documented by strangers who treat human privacy as entertainment content to be shared and analyzed. I still work as a children's librarian, still live in Norwich, still wonder whether some of the people I encounter might be involved in activities similar to what Emma was facilitating. Using legitimate-sounding research frameworks to justify systematic violation of privacy and personal boundaries. But I'm also aware that academic-sounding requests for research assistance can be covers for recruitment into activities that have nothing to do with legitimate scholarship, and that people who want to help with what appears to be important social research can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as intellectual investigation. The social experiment I participated in continues to affect how I think about online privacy and community behavior, but not in ways that Emma's supposed academic research would have intended if it had been legitimate scholarly work rather than systematic manipulation designed to recruit ordinary people into extraordinary violations of human decency. Sometimes I wonder how many other communities exist where people convince themselves that systematic harm is justified by intellectual frameworks that sound academic, but are actually rationalization for activities that most people would recognize as organized cruelty if they weren't presented within contexts that made them seem like legitimate research or social observation. The psychological techniques Emma used to gradually normalize my participation in surveillance communities were sophisticated enough to overcome my normal ethical instincts, suggesting that similar recruitment methods might be effective for drawing other well-meaning people into activities they would never choose to participate in if they understood what they were really agreeing to do. I never received the £200 Emma had promised for participating in her research, which seems like a small loss compared to discovering that I'd spent weeks documenting and analyzing systematic violation of privacy affecting real people in my own community. But the unpaid research debt feels symbolic of the broader deception involved in presenting recruitment for surveillance activities as academic work worthy of compensation and intellectual respect. The communities Emma introduced me to continue developing more sophisticated methods for monitoring and harassing their chosen targets, while recruitment techniques continue improving based on analysis of how ordinary people can be persuaded to participate in activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family, working in marketing for some tech company in London, earning enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking much about the cost. So when he offered to get me a proper laptop for my 30th birthday, I just assumed he was being generous in that casual way successful people are when they want to help family members who aren't doing quite as well. I was working part-time at a bookshop in Bath and trying to build a freelance editing business on the side, mostly helping university students polish their essays and dissertations for £20 an hour. The old computer I'd been using was painfully slow and kept crashing whenever I tried to work with larger documents, so a decent laptop would genuinely transform what I could accomplish. The machine he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself. A professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. But when I started setting it up, I noticed it came with software already installed that I didn't recognize. When I asked Tom about it, he just said they were productivity tools that would help me get better clients. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family. He worked in marketing for some tech company in London and earned enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking too much about the cost. The laptop he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself, a professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. When I thanked him for such a generous present, he mentioned that he'd set it up with some specialized software that would help me find higher-paying freelance opportunities. The programs were supposedly used by marketing professionals to identify potential clients who needed editing services but weren't advertising through conventional channels. He'd configured everything to save me the technical hassle of installation and setup, knowing that I preferred to focus on the actual writing and editing work. rather than dealing with software complications. The productivity tools he'd mentioned looked professional enough. Data analysis programs, client research applications, and networking software that seemed designed for business development rather than casual use. I assumed they were expensive marketing tools that he had access to through his company and was sharing to help me grow my editing business. Over the first few weeks of using the new laptop, I gradually explored the various programs Tom had installed, trying to understand how they might help me find better freelance opportunities. The client research software was particularly interesting, providing detailed information about individuals and businesses who might need editing services based on their online activities, communication patterns, and professional circumstances. The program could identify people who were working on writing projects, applying for grants or academic positions, or developing business proposals that would require professional editing assistance. Rather than competing with dozens of other freelancers for advertised editing jobs, I could potentially reach out to people who needed services but hadn't realized they should hire professional help. The software provided detailed profiles of potential clients, including information about their writing projects, deadlines, budgets, and personal circumstances that would influence their decision-making about hiring editorial assistants. The client intelligence was remarkably comprehensive, offering insights into people's professional needs and personal situations that would allow me to craft perfectly targeted pitches for editing services. Using the research tools Tom had provided, I started identifying potential clients around Bath and Bristol who seemed likely to need editing help based on their current projects and professional circumstances. The outreach campaigns I developed using this intelligence were considerably more successful than my previous approaches to finding freelance work. Instead of generic applications to advertise positions, I could offer specific solutions to problems that potential clients were actually experiencing. My editing business grew rapidly as I connected with academics, business owners, and graduate students who were genuinely grateful to be contacted by someone who understood their specific needs and could provide exactly the services they required. The income improvement was significant, allowing me to reduce my bookshop hours and focus more time on editing work that was both more interesting and considerably better paid than my previous freelance efforts. But as I became more successful using Tom's client research tools, I started noticing that the software provided access to information that seemed too detailed and personal to be gathered through normal business intelligence methods. The profiles included knowledge of people's private communications, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and even psychological assessments that wouldn't be available through public sources or conventional market research. Some potential clients were described in ways that suggested comprehensive surveillance of their daily activities, personal habits, and private concerns that went far beyond what would be necessary or ethical for business development purposes. When I questioned Tom about how the software obtained such detailed personal information, he explained that modern business intelligence used sophisticated data analysis techniques that aggregated information from multiple sources to create comprehensive client profiles. He assured me that all information was obtained through legitimate partnerships with data providers, and that the detailed intelligence was essential for effective business development in competitive markets. The technical explanation sounded plausible, and the client research was genuinely helping me build a successful editing business that was providing financial stability I'd never achieved through conventional freelance approaches. But I also started recognizing that some of the potential clients identified by the research software were people I knew personally. Neighbors, acquaintances from the bookshop, even friends who hadn't mentioned they were working on writing projects that might require editing assistance. The software's profiles of these familiar individuals were accurate in ways that suggested access to their private communications and personal circumstances, rather than analysis of publicly available information. I realized that the client research tools weren't just analyzing public data to identify business opportunities, but were systematically monitoring real people's private activities to gather intelligence that could be used for various purposes beyond legitimate business development. My successful editing business had been built using comprehensive surveillance data about Bath area residents who had no idea their personal information was being collected and analyzed for commercial exploitation. The detailed client profiles that had enabled my business growth were created through systematic invasion of privacy affecting people in my own community, many of whom I knew personally through work and social connections. I tried to investigate the software Tom had installed more thoroughly, attempting to understand what data sources were being used and how the personal information was being collected and distributed. The investigation led me to discover that the client research tools connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, where detailed personal information was being traded and analyzed for various commercial and non-commercial purposes. These hidden online spaces contained comprehensive surveillance data about individuals throughout the UK, compiled through systematic monitoring of their digital activities, personal communications, and daily routines. The information being traded included not just basic demographic and professional data, but detailed psychological profiles, personal vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social relationships that could be used for manipulation, exploitation, or harassment. My editing business had been built using intelligence gathered through systematic violation of privacy, affecting thousands of people who had no idea their personal information was being collected, analyzed, and distributed to facilitate various forms of commercial and personal exploitation. The client research that had seemed like innovative business intelligence was actually based on comprehensive surveillance data that was being used by various individuals and organizations for purposes that went far beyond legitimate business development. Some participants in these hidden communities used personal intelligence for systematic harassment and psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's personal circumstances and vulnerabilities. The software Tom had provided wasn't just helping me find editing clients, but was giving me access to surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for various forms of exploitation targeting real people who had never consented to having their private information collected and distributed. My successful freelance editing business had been built on the same comprehensive surveillance infrastructure that was being used by people who specialized in systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. When I confronted Tom about what I'd discovered, he admitted that the software came from contacts he'd made through his marketing work who had access to advanced business intelligence tools that weren't available through conventional commercial channels. He claimed he'd thought the tools were legitimate business applications and hadn't realized they were connected to broader surveillance and exploitation activities. But he also made it clear that my editing business had become dependent on intelligence gathered through these systems, and that attempting to operate without access to the detailed client research would make it impossible to maintain the income and success I'd achieved. He suggested that my concerns about privacy violations were outweighed by the genuine value I was providing to clients who needed editing services, and that my business success was helping people, even if the client acquisition methods raised ethical questions. The rationalization was appealing because my editing work was genuinely helpful and my clients were satisfied with the services I provided. But I also understood that my success had been built on systematic exploitation of personal information affecting hundreds of people in my own community. I never found a way to maintain my editing business without using intelligence gathered through surveillance systems that violated people's privacy. And gradually, my freelance income declined as I tried to find clients through conventional methods that didn't rely on personal data obtained without consent. The hidden communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed for various commercial and exploitive purposes without their knowledge or consent. The birthday gift that launched my successful freelance editing career turned out to provide access to comprehensive surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for systematic exploitation of vulnerable individuals, with my business success being built on the same privacy violations that facilitated harassment, manipulation, and financial exploitation of real people. I still do some editing work when I can find clients through legitimate channels, still work part-time at the bookshop, still wonder whether the people I encounter daily might be experiencing problems caused by exploitation based on personal intelligence that was gathered through the same surveillance systems that had enabled my brief business success. But I'm also aware that apparently legitimate business tools can provide access to systematic privacy violations that facilitate various forms of exploitation, and that professional success can be built on infrastructure that causes genuine harm to real people who have no idea their personal information is being collected and used against their interests. You know, when someone asks you for a favor and you say yes without really thinking about what you're agreeing to. That's exactly how I ended up helping my flatmate with what she claimed was university research, but turned out to be something that still makes me check my locks twice before bed. This happened about 18 months ago when I was living in Leeds with Sarah, who was doing some kind of postgraduate psychology course that seemed to involve a lot of late nights on her laptop and very little actual attendance at the university. I was working at a coffee shop and trying to figure out what to do with my life after dropping out of my English degree the year before. Sarah was always a bit secretive about her studies, but I assumed that was normal for postgrad work. She'd disappear for days sometimes, come back with expensive equipment I'd never seen before, and spend hours writing reports that she never talked about despite us being close enough that we usually shared everything. The favor she asked me was simple enough. She needed someone to help with data collection for her dissertation about online behavior patterns. Nothing complicated, just following some links she'd provide and documenting my reactions to different types of content. She'd pay me £50 for a few hours of work, which was decent money for someone living on coffee shop wages. I should have asked more questions about what kind of content I'd be looking at, but Sarah assured me it was nothing illegal or obviously disturbing, just research into how people respond to information that exists outside mainstream internet platforms, the sort of academic study that universities were always conducting about digital media and social psychology. She set me up with some software on her laptop that took ages to connect to anything, explaining that her research required accessing communities that weren't indexed by normal search engines. Academic research often needed to study spaces that weren't easily accessible to casual users, she said, to understand how information really moved through digital networks. The first few sites she directed me to were disappointing, if anything. Discussion groups about privacy rights, political communities that seemed focused on topics too controversial for mainstream social media, academic-looking resources about subjects I'd never heard of. Exactly the sort of dry, intellectual content you'd expect from university research. But as Sarah guided me through different areas of this hidden internet, the content started becoming more interesting in ways that made me uncomfortable. Not obviously illegal material, but discussions about activities that seemed to operate outside normal social boundaries, communities where people shared information about accessing restricted spaces, monitoring other people's activities, and conducting research that traditional academic institutions wouldn't approve. Some groups were focused on what they called social observation, systematic documentation of how people behaved when they thought they weren't being watched. Others discussed methods for accessing private information about individuals and using that knowledge for various research purposes. Sarah explained that understanding these communities was essential for her dissertation about the psychology of privacy in digital environments. She needed to document how people justified activities that most others would consider ethically questionable, analyzing the psychological mechanisms that allowed individuals to rationalize behavior that violated social norms. The academic context made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did people convince themselves that invasion of privacy was justified? What social conditions allowed communities to develop around activities that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Over several sessions, Sarah had me explore increasingly extreme communities, always with the same academic framework about understanding psychological rationalization and social boundary violation. But I started noticing that some of the communities weren't just discussing theoretical approaches to social observation and privacy violation. They were actively sharing specific information about real people, planning activities that seemed designed to cause genuine harm, rather than gather academic insights. Some participants posted detailed personal information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even access to private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions weren't academic analysis of privacy violation, but active coordination of harassment campaigns against specific targets who had been selected for reasons that weren't always clear, but seemed to involve personal grudges or systematic targeting of vulnerable individuals. When I mentioned my concerns to Sarah, she explained that documenting active harmful behavior was unfortunately necessary for understanding how these communities functioned. Her research couldn't rely only on theoretical discussions, but needed to observe actual implementation of privacy violation techniques to provide meaningful academic insights. She assured me that observing this content was contributing to research that would eventually help develop better protections for potential victims, making temporary discomfort about witnessing harmful behavior justified by the long-term benefits of understanding how digital harassment actually operated. But I also started realizing that Sarah's research methods seemed to go beyond passive observation into something that looked more like active participation in the communities we were studying. She had established relationships with regular participants, contributed information that enhanced discussions about monitoring and harassment techniques, and seemed to have access to restricted areas of these communities that suggested long-term involvement rather than recent academic research. Some of the personal information being shared about harassment targets was local to Leeds, including details about people's daily routines in areas I recognized from around the city. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in our immediate area. I realized that Sarah's dissertation research might be providing cover for activities that went considerably beyond academic study into active participation in harassment campaigns against real people in our own community. When I tried to research Sarah's university course and dissertation supervisor, I discovered that the postgraduate psychology program she claimed to be enrolled in didn't exist at Leeds University, and the research she described wasn't being conducted through any legitimate academic institution. Either she was involved in research through a different institution than she'd claimed, or her activities weren't actually academic research, but something else entirely, that required the sort of systematic privacy violation and harassment coordination I'd been helping her document. I started paying closer attention to Sarah's equipment and research materials, trying to understand what kind of work she was actually conducting, and whether it was connected to legitimate academic research or something more problematic. The technical setup in her room was considerably more sophisticated than typical university research would require, with equipment that seemed designed for systematic monitoring and data collection, rather than occasional academic projects. She had multiple communication devices, data storage systems that were running continuously, and networking equipment that suggested permanent installation rather than temporary research setup. Most disturbing was discovering that some of the harassment targets we'd been observing through the hidden communities were people I'd seen around Leeds, including individuals whose daily routines Sarah seemed to know with accuracy that could only come from systematic personal surveillance. I realized that the research I'd been helping with wasn't academic study of online harassment communities, but active participation in harassment activities targeting real people in our local area. Sarah wasn't a postgraduate researcher studying digital privacy violation, but someone who was using academic research as cover for participating in systematic harassment and surveillance of specific individuals she'd selected for reasons I didn't understand. My assistance with her supposed dissertation had made me complicit in activities that were causing genuine harm to people who had no idea they were being monitored and targeted by someone living in their own community. I tried to confront Sarah about what I'd discovered, but she disappeared from the flat along with all her equipment, leaving behind only the basic furniture that had been there when she'd moved in months earlier. The landlord told me she'd paid rent through the end of the lease, but hadn't provided forwarding information, suggesting she'd planned to leave suddenly once her activities in Leeds were completed. I never found out what happened to the harassment targets we'd been observing, or whether Sarah's sudden departure meant their surveillance had ended, or simply been transferred to different methods that didn't require maintaining a local residence. The hidden communities continue to operate. The systematic harassment of vulnerable individuals continues to expand, and people continue to be monitored and targeted by individuals who present their activities as legitimate research while conducting systematic violation of privacy and personal safety. I still work at the coffee shop, still live in Leeds, still wonder whether some of my customers might be involved in activities similar to what Sarah was conducting, using legitimate-sounding explanations to justify systematic harm to people who have no idea they're being watched and targeted. But I'm also aware that offers to help with academic research can be covers for activities that have nothing to do with legitimate study, and that people who need money and want to help with what sounds like important work can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as scholarly investigation. The favor I did for my flatmate continues to make me uncomfortable every time I see someone who might have been one of the surveillance targets we documented, wondering whether my assistance contributed to ongoing harm that I helped facilitate without understanding what I was really agreeing to do. I keep thinking this is someone else's life I'm living now. 8 weeks ago, my biggest worry was making rent on my flat in Brixton. Now I have a burner phone, 3 different hair colors in my bathroom bin, and a constant feeling like there's a target on my back, all because I tried to help someone I thought was my friend. My name doesn't matter anymore. I used to be a paralegal at a mid-sized corporate law firm in London. Nothing special, just contract reviews and document preparation. The pay was decent. My flat was small, but mine. And I had what I thought were good friends. Tara was one of them. We met at the firm 3 years ago. She was in marketing. I was in legal. We weren't best mates or anything, but we got lunch together sometimes and complained about our bosses. About 2 months ago, Tara stopped showing up to work. No calls, no emails, nothing. After a week, HR just said she'd resigned for personal reasons. It happened pretty quickly. One day she was there. The next her desk was cleared out. A few people tried calling her, but her number was disconnected. Her social media went dark. Nobody seemed particularly worried. People quit all the time. Except I had just seen her the Friday before she disappeared. We'd gotten drinks after work at our local in Soho, and she seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She was excited about some side project she was working on that was going to let her finally quit the corporate grind. She was being secretive about it, but in a fun way, not concerning. Said she'd tell me all about it once everything was finalized. So when she vanished, I was worried. I tried her email, her old flatmate, even drove by her apartment in Clapham. The flatmate said Tara had moved out suddenly, no forwarding address. The building manager said the same thing. Rent paid through the month, keys left in the letterbox. That might have been the end of it, except for the thumb drive. Tara had borrowed my external hard drive a few weeks before she disappeared, saying she needed extra storage for some marketing videos. When she returned it, apparently she accidentally left one of her own thumb drives in the case. I didn't notice until I was using the hard drive myself and found this unmarked black USB stick. I figured it probably had her marketing stuff on it, maybe something she'd need for her new venture. I plugged it in, thinking I could email whatever files were on it to her personal account, even if she didn't respond. The drive was password protected, which was odd for work files. I was about to give up when I remembered Tara always used the same password for everything. Her cat's name, plus the year she graduated uni. It worked on the first try. There were only a few files on the drive. One was a text document with what looked like login credentials. Another was a spreadsheet with dates, times, and amounts. Large amounts, like tens of thousands of pounds each. The third was a video file simply labeled verification. The video wasn't long, maybe 2 minutes. It started with a black screen and text stating the date from about a month ago. Then it showed a plain room with concrete walls, maybe a basement. There was a person tied to a chair in the center, head covered with some kind of hood. A figure in a dark mask stood behind them, holding up a piece of paper with a series of numbers and today's date, like those hostage verification videos you sometimes hear about. The masked person then set the paper down, picked up something from a table just off camera, and approached the bound person. That's when I closed the video. I didn't want to see what happened next. I felt sick. My first thought was that this was some kind of joke, or maybe footage from an indie horror film Tara was working on. But then why the spreadsheet with all that money? And why would she have disappeared right after? I reopened the text file with the credentials. There was a URL I didn't recognize, not a normal website address, but something ending in .onion. I knew enough to recognize it as a Tor address, those hidden sites you can only access with special browsers. Below it was a username and password, along with instructions for a 2-factor authentication app. I should have gone to the police right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I kept thinking about Tara. What if she was the person in that chair? What if she was in trouble and needed help? And if I'm being honest, I was curious. What was this thing she had been so excited about that had potentially gotten her into trouble. I installed the Tor browser that night. It took some figuring out, but I managed to get to the address. It looked like a simple login page with a plain black background and the word observatory at the top. No other information, no hints about what the site was for. I entered the username and password from the file. The next page asked for a verification code from the authentication app. I didn't have that, so I couldn't go further. But there was a small help link at the bottom of the page. I clicked it, expecting FAQs or contact information. Instead, it took me to a page explaining what the site was, a viewing platform for private events. The description was clinical, almost businesslike, but I understood what it meant. This was a red room, one of those dark web urban legends where people pay to watch torture or murder in real time. Except it wasn't a legend, it was real, and somehow Tara was involved. The page explained the pricing tiers. Basic membership was £8,000, which allowed viewing access only. Executive membership was £40,000, which granted voting rights on what happened during events. And then there was producer status at £200,000, which allowed members to commission specific events. I closed the browser immediately. This couldn't be real. These things didn't actually exist. They were stories people told to scare each other, like alligators in the sewers or razor blades in Halloween candy. But then I remembered the verification video, the date card, the spreadsheet with all those transactions. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about Tara, about that video, about what I had found. Had she stumbled onto this like I had? Or was she involved somehow? I couldn't imagine her participating in something so horrific. But then again, she had been excited about a lucrative side project. During lunch, I used a computer in an unused conference room to do some research. I didn't want this in my search history. I looked up red rooms trying to find out if they were real or just internet folklore. Most sources said they were myths, technically impossible to stream reliably over the Tor network. But a few suggested they were real, but extremely rare, requiring significant technical infrastructure and insider connections to access. That evening, I made a decision I still regret. I went back to the site, but this time from a public computer at a library in Camden. I wanted to see if there was any way to find out more without actually logging in. There wasn't much, but I discovered a calendar of upcoming events visible on the login page. The next one was scheduled for Friday night, just 2 days away. I spent those 2 days trying to decide what to do. Go to the police. What would I say? I had a thumb drive with a disturbing video and login credentials to what might be an illegal site. Would they take me seriously? Would they think I was involved somehow? And what about Tara? If she was in danger, would going to the authorities put her at more risk? I decided to try one more thing before going to the police. I installed the two-factor authentication app and used the setup key that was in the text file. To my surprise, it worked. I now had access to the verification codes needed to fully log in. I didn't plan to actually view any events, but I thought I might find information about Tara or evidence I could take to the authorities. On Friday night, I used the Tor browser and the authentication codes to log into the observatory site. The interface was surprisingly professional, like a high-end video conferencing platform. There was a main viewing area currently showing a countdown timer with about 20 minutes remaining. Below that was a chat box where members were already discussing the upcoming event. To the right was a list of about 30 users currently online, all with anonymous handles. I didn't interact, just observed. As I watched, I noticed something disturbing. The users were discussing the subject for tonight's event. referring to them by a code name. They mentioned specific details about this person, their occupation, their habits, even their taste in music. The way they talked was clinical, almost bored, like executives discussing a business proposal. That's when a private message popped up on my screen. Someone with the username producer_3 had noticed me. The message asked if I was enjoying my first visit and whether I had received a personal invitation. They noted that my account was registered to someone else, someone who was no longer with their organization. They wanted to know how I had gained access. I didn't respond, but my heart was racing. They knew I wasn't supposed to be there. I was about to log off when another message came through. This one included my real name and address in Brixton. They said they had tracked my connection, impossible through Tor, but maybe they had other ways of monitoring access to the site. They said they knew I had Tara's drive and that I had watched the verification video. They said a car was already on its way to my flat. I shut everything down and left the library immediately. I didn't go home. I went to a hotel in King's Cross and paid cash for the room. That night, I saw on the local news that there had been a gas leak in my building. The residents had been evacuated while authorities investigated. There was footage of people standing outside in their pajamas, looking confused. I recognized my neighbors. The next morning, I withdrew as much cash as I could from my accounts, bought a prepaid phone, and got on a train to Manchester. From there, I kept moving, staying in cheap B&Bs, changing my appearance, using only cash. I've been moving ever since. I never went to the police. After seeing what happened at my flat, I'm convinced they have connections in law enforcement. These aren't amateurs. The site had too many users, too much money flowing through it. This is an organized operation with resources. Sometimes I think about the people in those videos. Were they random victims or chosen for specific reasons? Were they people who discovered something they shouldn't have, like me? Or were they selected based on those detailed profiles the members discussed, targeted specifically for someone's entertainment? I keep wondering about Tara. Was she a victim? Was she involved? Did she try to expose them and pay the price? Or did she try to profit from it somehow? I'll probably never know. I've changed hotels again today. The cleaning lady gave me a strange look this morning, like she recognized me. It might have been nothing, but I can't take chances. I'll dye my hair again tonight, maybe change my style completely. Last week, I saw a missing person flyer at a train station. It was for a man in his 30s, last seen leaving his office in Birmingham. The flyer said he worked as a cybersecurity consultant and had no history of disappearing. Something about his occupation made my stomach turn. Had he stumbled onto the same thing I had? I know they're still looking for me. I'm not important enough for them to spend significant resources on tracking down. But I've seen how their operation works. They're methodical, patient. They have money and connections, and they can't afford loose ends. Sometimes I consider turning myself in, going to the National Crime Agency rather than local police. But what proof do I have now? The thumb drive is hidden, hundreds of miles away. I have no evidence, just a story that sounds impossible. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder. I've become good at spotting details, cars that linger too long, people whose eyes follow me in corner shops. I pay attention to emergency exits and back doors wherever I go. I've learned to live with less sleep. The hardest part is the isolation. I can't contact family or friends, can't use social media, can't stay in one place long enough to make connections. Some days the loneliness is worse than the fear. I don't know how long I can keep living like this. Maybe one day they'll decide I'm not worth the trouble and stop looking. Maybe I'll find a way to disappear completely, get a new identity, start over, somewhere far away. Or maybe they'll find me, and I'll become just another missing person, another name on a flyer that people glance at and forget. What haunts me most isn't the fear of being caught. It's knowing that right now, even as I write this, another event might be starting, another countdown timer reaching zero, another group of bored, wealthy viewers logging in from around the world, another person who has no idea they've been chosen. And no one would believe it's real, even if I told them. That's the perfect cover. Something so terrible most people dismiss it as an urban legend or creepypasta. Something that could never actually happen in the real world. You know how sometimes you're so desperate for something to change in your life that you'll ignore obvious red flags? That's basically how I ended up volunteering for what I thought was legitimate mental health research, but turned out to be something much worse. This was about 2 years ago, when I was completely stuck. 27 years old, living in Manchester, working as a teaching assistant, because I couldn't get a proper counselling job, despite having a psychology degree. I was sending out applications constantly, getting nowhere, watching my university friends build actual careers, while I helped teenagers with their homework. So when I saw this advert for volunteer research positions with something called MindBridge Research, it felt like exactly what I needed. Mental health charity, looking for people with psychology backgrounds, the sort of experience that might finally make employers take my CV seriously. I should have realized something was off when they got back to me so quickly. Their website said they had a 6-month waiting list for volunteer positions, but I heard back within 3 days. They said my qualifications were particularly suitable for their current research needs. The charity operated from a converted office building near the university, focusing on what they described as innovative approaches to understanding psychological trauma and developing new therapeutic interventions. During my initial interview, they explained that their current project involves studying how people cope with exposure to disturbing content online, particularly the psychological mechanisms that allow some individuals to process traumatic material without developing lasting mental health problems. The research was important because increasing numbers of people were encountering violent or disturbing content through social media and news platforms, but traditional psychology had limited understanding of how this exposure affected mental well-being or how resilience could be built. They needed volunteers with counseling backgrounds to help analyze and document psychological responses to various types of challenging material, contributing to research that could eventually help develop better support systems for people who experience trauma through digital media. The work would involve reviewing disturbing content and providing professional analysis of its psychological impact, using my training to identify potential therapeutic interventions that might help others who encountered similar material accidentally. They emphasized that all content would be legal and ethically sourced, obtained through partnerships with law enforcement agencies and academic institutions that needed psychological expertise to understand the effects of material they encountered during their own work. The project offered a small stipend plus comprehensive professional development that would enhance my qualifications for future counseling positions, making it an opportunity that could significantly advance my career while contributing to important research. I agreed to participate and was given access to their research platform, which required special software to protect the sensitive nature of the material being studied and ensure that research content didn't become accidentally accessible to people who weren't trained to process it appropriately. The initial content was challenging but manageable. Crime scene footage, interview recordings with trauma survivors, and documentation of various incidents that demonstrated the range of disturbing material that people might encounter through normal internet use. My role was to analyze the psychological impact of each piece of content, identifying elements that were particularly traumatic and suggesting therapeutic approaches that might help people process similar experiences. The research team was impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex material that required deeper psychological expertise to understand and document appropriately. Some content came from international sources and depicted cultural practices or legal systems that were different from UK standards, requiring careful analysis to separate genuine psychological insights from personal cultural reactions. But as I progressed through the research materials, I started encountering content that seemed to go beyond what legitimate academic or law enforcement research would require. Material that was clearly designed to cause maximum psychological distress, rather than serve educational or investigative purposes, created specifically to traumatize viewers, rather than document real events for legitimate analysis. Some content appeared to be produced recently rather than historical documentation, suggesting ongoing activities rather than archived materials being studied for academic purposes. When I raised concerns about the source and purpose of some materials, the research supervisors explained that understanding artificially created trauma content was essential for developing effective interventions, as increasing numbers of people were being deliberately exposed to psychological manipulation through various online platforms. The content I was analyzing represented the sort of material that was being used to cause psychological harm to vulnerable individuals, making it crucial to understand how these materials worked so that appropriate therapeutic responses could be developed. They assured me that all materials were obtained through legitimate channels and that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than harmful activities. But I also started noticing that the research platform provided access to materials that weren't part of my assigned analysis, suggesting a broader collection of disturbing content that went beyond what would be necessary for the psychological research project I'd agreed to participate in. Some of this additional material appeared to be organized by psychological impact rather than academic category, with content grouped according to the type of trauma it was designed to create rather than its source or legal status. The organization suggested systematic study of psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate research into trauma recovery, with materials selected specifically for their ability to cause particular types of mental distress. I realized that Mindbridge research might not be the legitimate academic charity I'd assumed, but an organization that collected and studied traumatic material for purposes that weren't related to therapeutic development. I tried to research the charity more thoroughly, looking for independent verification of their academic credentials and connections to legitimate mental health organizations. What I discovered was disturbing. Mindbridge research had minimal presence in academic psychology communities, no published research that could be verified through normal scholarly channels, and funding sources that weren't transparent through standard charity oversight mechanisms. Their office building housed multiple organizations with similarly vague purposes, all focused on research projects that required access to sensitive or disturbing materials for reasons that weren't clearly documented in public records. I started investigating the special software they'd provided for accessing research materials, trying to understand what kind of network I'd been given access to through my volunteer work. The software connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, communities where people shared and discussed the same types of disturbing content I'd been analyzing for the research project. These communities weren't focused on academic research or therapeutic development, but on collecting and consuming traumatic material for entertainment purposes, with participants rating content based on its psychological impact and requesting specific types of disturbing material. My analysis work for Mindbridge Research had apparently been contributing to these communities, providing professional psychological assessment that helped them understand and improve the traumatic effectiveness of content they were collecting and sharing. The research project wasn't studying trauma to develop therapeutic interventions, but to enhance the psychological impact of material being distributed to people who consume traumatic content as a form of entertainment. My counseling expertise had been used to make disturbing material more effective at causing psychological harm, rather than helping people recover from trauma exposure. I tried to stop participating in the research project, but discovered that my volunteer agreement included clauses about completing assigned work and maintaining confidentiality about materials I'd accessed during the research period. The charity's legal department contacted me when I attempted to withdraw, explaining that premature termination of my volunteer commitment could result in legal consequences related to breach of confidentiality agreements and misuse of sensitive research materials. They suggested that completing the remaining research assignments would be considerably less complicated than attempting to withdraw from commitments I'd already undertaken through signed agreements. The legal pressure was subtle but effective, making it clear that continued participation was considerably safer than attempting to expose what I'd discovered about the true nature of their research activities. Over the next few weeks, I continued analyzing disturbing content while understanding that my professional expertise was being used to enhance psychological manipulation techniques rather than develop therapeutic interventions. The materials became increasingly extreme, clearly designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to viewers who encountered them through the hidden internet communities that were using my analysis to improve their content effectiveness. Some content appeared to be produced specifically for psychological research purposes, created with systematic attention to elements that my analysis had identified as particularly traumatic or disturbing. I realized that my research contributions weren't just helping existing content become more harmful, but were being used to guide the creation of new material designed specifically to cause psychological damage to vulnerable people. The research project had evolved from studying trauma to actively participating in its creation, with my professional expertise being used to develop increasingly effective methods for causing psychological harm through carefully designed disturbing content. About 3 months into my volunteer work, I received additional responsibilities that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than just analyzing existing content, I was asked to help identify individuals who might be suitable targets for psychological manipulation, using my counseling background to profile people who would be particularly vulnerable to specific types of traumatic content. The targeting research involved analyzing social media profiles, online behavior patterns, and communication styles to identify individuals who showed signs of existing psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through exposure to carefully selected disturbing material. My analysis was being used to help the hidden communities identify and target specific individuals for systematic psychological harassment, using content that had been optimized for maximum traumatic impact based on their personal psychological vulnerabilities. The volunteer work had evolved from studying trauma recovery to actively participating in targeted psychological warfare against vulnerable individuals who had been selected based on their susceptibility to particular types of mental health manipulation. I should have reported everything to appropriate authorities, but the legal agreements I'd signed made it clear that exposing their activities would result in serious consequences that could destroy my career prospects and financial stability. The charity had been careful to structure their volunteer program in ways that protected their activities, while ensuring that participants became legally complicit in their operations, making exposure extremely risky for anyone who discovered the true nature of their work. I completed my volunteer commitment and received the professional development credentials they promised, but understood that my counseling expertise had been used to facilitate systematic psychological abuse of vulnerable individuals through carefully designed traumatic content. Mindbridge Research continues to recruit volunteers with mental health backgrounds, offering career development opportunities to people who need professional experience and don't realize they're contributing to psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate therapeutic research. The hidden internet communities continue to use professional psychological analysis to improve their content effectiveness, targeting vulnerable individuals with traumatic material that has been optimized for maximum psychological impact based on expert assessment of trauma mechanisms. I still work as a teaching assistant, still apply for counseling positions, still wonder whether my professional credentials are connected to activities that use mental health expertise to cause psychological harm, rather than provide therapeutic support. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience. All conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience. Agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized. Positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes. Interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing, because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they'd described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. Consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. My parents hired me to house sit for the Williamses while they were on holiday in Spain, promising it would be easy money for watching an empty Victorian terrace in Bath for 2 weeks. But Mrs. Williams had left me instructions that made no sense for normal house-sitting duties. I was 24 and working part-time at a garden centre while trying to save enough money to move out of my parents' house in nearby Bristol. So £200 for essentially living rent-free in a beautiful period property seemed like perfect timing. The instructions Mrs. Williams had left were unusually detailed, covering not just the basics about watering plants and collecting post, but specific schedules for opening and closing curtains, times when I should leave lights on in particular rooms, and even requirements about which television programs to have playing at certain hours. She'd emphasized that maintaining normal household activity patterns was essential for security purposes, though the level of precision seemed excessive for deterring casual burglars. The house was exactly as impressive as I'd expected from the outside. 3 stories of original Victorian features, period furniture, and the sort of tasteful decoration that suggested comfortable middle-class prosperity. But as I settled in for my first evening, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable about why Mrs. Williams might need such specific activity simulation. The curtains were positioned to be visible from multiple angles outside the house, suggesting someone might be observing whether the instructions were being followed correctly. Some rooms had furniture arrangements that seemed designed more for external visibility than comfortable living, with seating positioned where occupants would be clearly visible through windows. Most unsettling was discovering that several rooms contained equipment that wasn't mentioned in the house-sitting instructions. Cameras, recording devices, and monitoring systems that suggested the property was being used for purposes beyond normal family residence. I found extensive networking equipment in a basement room that Mrs. Williams hadn't shown me during the initial tour, along with multiple computer systems that appeared to be running continuously, despite the family being on holiday. The basement setup looked more like a professional surveillance operation than home security, with equipment that would be expensive and technically complex for casual residential use. I started paying closer attention to the specific instructions Mrs. Williams had provided, trying to understand why normal household activities needed to be performed on such rigid schedules. The curtain timings corresponded to periods when external observation would be optimal. Lighting schedules ensured that occupied rooms would be clearly visible from outside, and television programming requirements created audio backgrounds that could mask other activities. Rather than deterring surveillance, the instructions seemed designed to facilitate it, ensuring that someone watching the house would see exactly what they expected during specific time periods. I researched the neighborhood and found that several other properties had been used for similar house-sitting arrangements, with local students and young people hired to maintain activity patterns, while homeowners were supposedly traveling. But some of these house-sitters had reported unusual experiences during their stays, technical problems with internet and phone connections, evidence that their activities were being monitored more closely than normal security would require, and instructions that seemed designed for purposes beyond simple property protection. A few had discovered that the houses they were staying in contained equipment and activities that weren't related to normal residential use, but were too concerned about losing their house-sitting income to report these discoveries officially. I decided to investigate the basement equipment more thoroughly, hoping to understand what the Williamses were actually using their property for when they weren't supposedly on holiday. The computer systems were running software that I didn't recognize, but which appeared to be hosting services that were accessible through networks that weren't part of normal internet infrastructure. Some of the systems were streaming video content that seemed to originate from various residential properties, suggesting that the Williams house was part of a broader surveillance network rather than just individually monitored. The content being streamed included footage from inside homes where people were going about normal daily activities, apparently unaware that their private lives were being documented and broadcast to remote audiences. I found evidence that the Williams property itself was generating similar content, with cameras positioned throughout the house capturing activities that had been taking place during previous house-sitting arrangements. The detailed instructions I'd been given were designed to ensure that house-sitters performed predictable activities that would create interesting content for whoever was monitoring the surveillance feeds. I realized that I hadn't been hired to protect an empty house, but to provide live entertainment for people who were paying to watch unsuspecting young people go about their daily routines in what they thought was private residential space. The equipment in the basement was broadcasting my activities to audiences who were paying for access to voyeuristic content featuring people who had no idea they were being observed. Mrs. Williams hadn't gone on holiday at all. She had temporarily relocated while her house was being used as a streaming location for surveillance content that would be impossible to capture if the actual residents were present. I should have left immediately and reported what I'd discovered to appropriate authorities, but I was also curious about the scope of the surveillance network and how many other house sitters might be unknowingly providing content for similar audiences. I researched the hidden internet services that the basement equipment was connecting to, trying to understand how residential surveillance content was being distributed and monetized. The access methods required software that went beyond normal browsing, but the communities I found were surprisingly active, with hundreds of participants discussing surveillance content from various residential properties throughout the UK. The house-sitting scheme was just one method for accessing private residential spaces, with other approaches including fake maintenance visits, temporary accommodation arrangements, and even legitimate rental properties that contained hidden surveillance equipment. The audiences were paying for access to authentic private behavior rather than staged performances, creating a market for content that could only be captured through systematic deception of unsuspecting individuals. My own activities in the Williams house were being discussed in real time by viewers who rated different house sitters based on their appearance, daily routines, and entertainment value for surveillance audiences. Some discussions included detailed analysis of my personal habits, speculation about my private life, and suggestions for ways that future house-sitting arrangements could be structured to generate more compelling content. The participants treated house-sitters like unpaid performers in ongoing reality shows, discussing our activities with the sort of casual familiarity that suggested they'd been watching residential surveillance content for extended periods. I tried to investigate how many other properties in Bath might be part of similar surveillance schemes, looking for patterns in house-sitting advertisements and residential rental arrangements that might indicate systematic exploitation. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood, with multiple properties throughout the city being used for surveillance content generation through various deceptive arrangements. Some involved fake holiday rentals where guests unknowingly provided content for surveillance audiences. Others used maintenance access to install permanent monitoring equipment in legitimate residential properties. The network had developed sophisticated methods for accessing private residential spaces while maintaining plausible explanations that would protect the surveillance activities from official investigation. I realized that discovering the surveillance had made me a problem that needed to be managed, as my investigation could potentially expose the broader network of properties and compromise their ability to continue generating content through deceptive arrangements. About a week into my house-sitting stay, I started experiencing technical problems that seemed designed to isolate me from outside communication, while ensuring I remained in the property to continue providing surveillance content. Phone and internet connections became unreliable, making it difficult to research the surveillance network or contact people who might help me address what I'd discovered. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them wouldn't result in immediate investigation. I realized that the surveillance network had methods for managing house sitters who discovered their activities, using technical manipulation to prevent exposure while encouraging continued participation through isolation and dependency. The house-sitting arrangement had been designed not just to generate surveillance content, but to trap participants in situations where they couldn't easily escape or report what they were experiencing. Mrs. Williams returned from her supposed holiday exactly when scheduled, acting as if nothing unusual had occurred, and thanking me for maintaining the property so well during her absence. But her knowledge of my activities during the house-sitting period was considerably more detailed than could be explained by normal security monitoring, including awareness of my investigation into the basement equipment and research into surveillance communities. She paid me the promised fee, and mentioned that they might need house-sitting services again in the future, suggesting that my performance had been satisfactory for their actual purposes. The casual way she discussed my stay made it clear that she understood I'd discovered the surveillance activities, but wasn't concerned about potential consequences. I left the Williams house with £200 and the understanding that residential surveillance networks operated with sophistication and confidence that suggested minimal concern about official investigation or legal consequences. The house-sitting advertisements continue to appear in local publications, offering easy money for watching empty properties while homeowners travel, attracting students and young people who need income and housing flexibility. But I'm also aware that some of these opportunities involve providing unpaid entertainment for surveillance audiences who pay for access to authentic private behavior captured through systematic deception of people who think they're performing simple property protection services. The Victorian Terrace in Bath continues to host house-sitters who follow detailed instructions designed to generate compelling surveillance content, while Mrs. Williams continues to recruit young people who need money and don't ask too many questions about why normal house-sitting requires such specific performance schedules. I still can't look at a vegetable garden without seeing her face, pale and perfect, surrounded by winter greens, planted like she belonged there. Emily was 24 years old when she disappeared. 24 years old when I photographed her body among the carrots and parsnips. 24 years old, and she'll never be 25. My name is Daniel. I'm a crime scene photographer for Thames Valley Police, and I'm about to tell you about the case that destroyed the peace in our quiet English village, about the man who buried a beautiful young woman in a community garden, about how someone who waved to you at the post office on Tuesday could be committing unimaginable acts on Wednesday, and how none of us saw it coming. It started on a bitter January morning in 2018, the kind of English winter day where the fog never quite lifts and everything feels damp right down to your bones. I remember scraping ice off my windscreen when the call came in. Something found at the Millfield Lane allotments. Suspicious circumstances. Attend with camera equipment. I'd been with Thames Valley Police for 15 years by then, documenting everything from domestic disputes gone wrong to drunk driving fatalities. I'd seen my share of death, learned to separate myself from it professionally. At least, that's what I told myself. My wife Emma says differently. Says I started going grey the year I joined the force, that I sometimes cry out in my sleep. She's probably right. You can't stare into the abyss without it staring back, as they say. The Millfield allotments have been part of Lower Barton since the war years. 78 little patches of earth where locals grow everything from prize roses to potatoes. My own granddad had a plot there until his arthritis got too bad. I'd spent countless childhood Saturdays helping him weed, mostly eating fresh peas straight from the pod when he wasn't looking. I knew every gravel path and garden shed by heart. But I'd never seen it like this, crawling with police, forensic tents gleaming white against the winter-dead landscape. Helena, our detective chief inspector, met me at the tape, her face grim. She'd grown up one village over, understood the impact this would have. Mid-40s, with short silver-streaked hair and the focused intensity of someone who'd clawed her way up through the ranks when female detectives were still a novelty in rural forces. Her expression told me everything I needed to know. This was bad. Emily lay in plot 23, as if she'd been tucked in for the night, not buried in frozen soil. 24 years old, doctoral student at Cambridge, environmental researcher with with a promising future. Missing for 17 days after staying late at the university library. Her body had been arranged with unnerving care, like a gardener setting a delicate plant. Winter vegetables, carrots, parsnips, Brussels sprout stalks, circled her in perfect rings. Someone had washed her hair clean under her fingernails. Someone had treated her like a prized specimen. I knew Emily, not well, but enough to recognize her immediately. She'd grown up in Lower Barton, daughter of the local doctor. I'd photographed her graduating sixth form, covered the charity fun run she'd organized last summer for the village newsletter. She'd been back living with her parents while finishing her PhD thesis on soil microbiomes and sustainable agriculture. The irony of where she was found wouldn't escape anyone. The soil around her was meticulously tended, not a weed in sight, despite the winter dormancy. Each vegetable was spaced with mathematical precision, creating concentric circles around her body. The carrots formed the innermost ring, their feathery tops brushing against her shoulders. Parsnips came next, then Brussels sprouts on their tall, alien-looking stalks. In the weak January sunlight, with morning frost still glittering on the leaves, it almost looked beautiful. That was perhaps the most disturbing thing of all. I remember the clicks of my camera shutter sounding obscenely loud in the hush that had fallen over the scene. Click, evidence marker by her right hand. Click, the pattern of vegetables. Click, her face, peaceful in a way that death rarely allows. Each image burned into my memory as permanently as onto the memory card. The post-mortem revealed the worst part. Soil in her lungs meant she'd still been breathing, however weakly, when placed in the earth. I've photographed hundreds of crime scenes, but that detail still haunts my dreams. The sensation of soil filling your mouth as consciousness fades. The pathologist estimated she'd been dead approximately 2 weeks, putting her death shortly after her disappearance. No sexual assault, no defensive wounds. Toxicology showed nothing unusual. She'd simply vanished from a busy university library and reappeared, buried in the fertile soil of her hometown. Emily had last been seen on a Tuesday evening in early January, working late at the Cambridge University Library. CCTV footage showed her leaving around 10:30 p.m., walking toward the bus station with her backpack slung over one shoulder. The heavy winter coat she wore was the same one her parents identified later, dark blue, knee-length, with a fur-trimmed hood. In the footage, she'd pulled the hood up against the light rain. Her face was barely visible, just a flash of profile as she passed under a streetlight. The last confirmed sighting came from a night bus driver who remembered dropping her at the village crossroads around 11:45 p.m. She'd been a regular on his route, always polite, always with a book or laptop open on night journeys. That evening, she'd been one of only 3 passengers. He remembered her getting off, turning toward the footpath that would take her through the village green, a shortcut home that she'd walked hundreds of times. Her parents reported her missing the next morning when they realized she hadn't come home. Her bed was undisturbed. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Her laptop still sat in her university locker. A missing persons case was open, but there was little to go on. No enemies, no troubled relationships, no history of mental health issues or dangerous behaviors. Just a bright young woman who vanished on a rainy January night. The strangest thing, Plot 23 didn't belong to anyone. It had been vacant since old Arthur died 3 months earlier. The allotment committee had suspended new assignments due to some administrative issue with the council. Someone had been tending it anyway, hiding in plain sight among legitimate gardeners. Someone who knew the allotments well enough to avoid attention. Lower Barton is tiny, population under 9,000, the kind of place where the biggest news is usually someone's prize marrow at the village show. The kind of place where people leave doors unlocked and know the names of neighbors' dogs. That changed overnight. Suddenly, we were the village where Emily was found. The village where young women shouldn't walk alone. Emily's parents were destroyed. I didn't photograph their identification of the body. Another officer handled that. But I saw them leaving the morgue. Two people physically bent by grief, holding each other up like damaged trees after a storm. The entire village felt their pain. Emily had been universally liked. Bright, kind, always quick with a smile or an offer to help. Memorial flowers appeared spontaneously by the allotment entrance. The primary school where she'd volunteered closed for a day of remembrance. I remember walking home from the scene that first day. The weight of my camera bag seemingly doubled. Neighbors who would normally greet me with casual waves were now gathering in doorways, expressions anxious, voices hushed as they exchanged theories and concerns. The street where Emily had grown up was lined with cars as friends and family arrived to support her parents. A media van was already parked discreetly at the end of the road, a reporter doing a piece to camera with the village green deliberately blurred behind her. Helena ran the investigation by the book. Door-to-door inquiries, allotment holder interviews, CCTV reviews from every shop and traffic camera within 10 miles. A dedicated tip line that rang constantly with locals reporting suspicious characters who usually turned out to be delivery drivers or visitors from neighboring villages. Officers combed through Emily's life looking for anyone who might have wished her harm. Her professors, her former boyfriends, the barista at her favorite coffee shop, but nothing suspicious emerged. Emily had been well liked, uncontroversial, without enemies. The press nicknamed the killer the gardener, and the case became national news. Emily's face, always the same photo of her laughing at her brother's wedding, appeared on every front page. I watched my hometown transform on live television, the drone footage making our familiar streets look sinister and exposed. News vans parked outside the Crown, our local pub. Journalists buying rounds for anyone willing to speak on camera about the quiet village rocked by tragedy, or the brilliant young scientist taken too soon. Some embraced the attention, most resented it. At home, Emma installed new locks on our doors and windows. She'd never bothered before, despite my job. Now she double-checked them before bed, started keeping her phone charged by her pillow. We have no children, couldn't have them, as it turned out. But I wonder how parents coped during those weeks, what lies they told to explain the sudden restrictions, the constant supervision. In the days following Emily's discovery, I was assigned to document every inch of the allotments, each of the 78 plots photographed in detail, each shed, compost bin, and water butt examined for evidence, each pathway walked with eyes trained on the ground for footprints, fibers, anything the killer might have left behind. I photographed hundreds of soil samples collected by forensic teams, each carefully labeled with location coordinates. The allotments revealed themselves to me in ways I'd never noticed before, despite growing up in their shadow. The careful organization of some plots versus the cheerful chaos of others. The handmade trellises and improvised coal frames. The different gardening philosophies expressed in layout choices and plant selections. And plot 23, unnervingly perfect in its precision. A demonstration garden rather than a working one. A stage set for a performance that only the killer understood. 3 weeks passed. Leads went nowhere. The initial shock began fading into uneasy routine. Officers from other districts were gradually reassigned. Helena looked increasingly haggard during our morning briefings, the pressure from above mounting as the case stalled. Emily's parents issued a heart-wrenching appeal for information. A £50,000 reward was offered by an anonymous local businessman. University friends organized a memorial scholarship in her name. Then came the first real break. A pensioner who walked his terrier around the perimeter of the allotments each morning reported seeing someone in plot 23 well before dawn several times in the weeks before Emily disappeared. Too dark to see clearly, just a figure working by torchlight. He hadn't thought anything of it. Many gardeners visited at odd hours, especially those with full-time jobs. But when questioned about specific dates, his calendar showed dog-walking notes that placed the nocturnal gardener in plot 23 3 days before Emily vanished, and again the day after. The forensic team returned to the plot with renewed focus. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed no other bodies were buried there. Microscopic examination of soil samples showed traces of chemical fertilizers not commonly used in home gardening, but found in professional landscaping. Fiber evidence included threads from high-end outdoor clothing brands, and most importantly, a partial boot print preserved in dried mud near the water tap. Size 9 Wellington boots with a distinctive tread pattern. Sold by only 3 retailers in Cambridgeshire. Cross-referenced with purchase records, residence proximity, and horticultural knowledge, one name floated to the top. Edward, 46, landscape gardener, Lower Barton resident for 4 years. I knew him, not well, but enough to nod hello at the shop. He'd redesigned the planting beds outside the community centre the previous spring. Quiet man, efficient, particular about his work. Always wore those dark green wellies, even when not gardening. Said they were the most comfortable footwear he'd found. He lived in a modest cottage on the village outskirts. Slate roof, wisteria climbing the south wall, impeccable front garden with precisely trimmed box hedges and gravel paths, without a stone out of place. The kind of home featured in weekend supplements about rural idylls. Quiet, polite, unremarkable. He volunteered at community events, nodded to neighbours but rarely conversed. The perfect background presence, forgettable by design. When investigators began digging into Edward's background, curious patterns emerged. He'd moved around frequently throughout his career, never staying in one place more than 5 years. His references were impeccable, but difficult to verify. Previous employers had retired, moved abroad, or businesses had closed. His landscape business operated primarily through word of mouth, with minimal paper trail. His financial records showed modest income, but surprising savings. A man who lived simply, but with attention to detail. Most disturbing was his connection to Emily. He'd redesigned the gardens at the medical practice where her father worked. He'd been contracted to advise on sustainable landscaping at Cambridge University's Environmental Science Building where Emily studied. He'd even worked briefly at the community gardens near the bus stop where she'd last been seen. Their paths had crossed multiple times, yet no one had connected them until now. The surveillance operation lasted 3 days. Edward followed a predictable routine, work during daylight hours, home by 6, rarely going out except to purchase groceries or visit his elderly mother in a care home in Cambridge. He attended church sporadically, volunteered for the occasional community event, kept himself to himself. So ordinary he became invisible. Yet there were anomalies. Late-night lights in his garden shed, frequent trips to remote nurseries for specialized plant specimens, an unusual number of gardening tools, far more than any professional would need. and most notably, no clients during the winter months, despite his financial records showing consistent income year-round. I wasn't part of the arrest team, but I saw the footage later. 6 officers approaching the cottage at dawn. Edward opening the door in pajamas and dressing gown, looking puzzled but not alarmed. No resistance, no dramatic scenes. Just a man calmly turning around to be handcuffed, asking with his eyes if he could put proper clothes on first. The search warrant revealed nothing immediately suspicious in his home. Gardening journals, plant photographs, certificates from horticultural courses, an organized Spartan existence. Then they found the cellar entrance behind a bookshelf in his kitchen, activated by removing a specific volume of the Complete Guide to Organic Gardening. The space below contained glass jars filled with soil samples, labeled by location and date. Hundreds of jars, thousands. A meticulous catalogue of earth from across Cambridgeshire and beyond. Some dated back 20 years to places Edward had previously lived. Each carefully labelled, organised by region, soil type, pH level. In the centre stood a workbench of polished oak. On it, a leather-bound journal filled with Edward's handwriting, neat, precise, almost architectural in its clarity. Pressed flowers marked certain entries. My hands shook as I photographed pages describing the transplanting of Emily, her preparation, the monitoring for signs of successful taking. The journal detailed his first noticing Emily at a university lecture on sustainable agriculture he'd attended as a continuing education requirement for his landscaping certification. He'd been struck by her questions about soil microbiomes, her understanding of mycorrhizal networks, her passion for the hidden life beneath the surface. He'd followed her research, read her published papers, attended more lectures where she spoke. In his distorted mind, she wasn't an object of desire, but a necessary component, the perfect human element to complete his experimental garden. Edward wrote of integrating humans into the growth cycle, of cellular transfer between people and plants. Emily wasn't simply murdered. She was, in his distorted mind, transformed into a hybrid plant-human entity that would enrich the soil. He described watching her for weeks, learning her routines, planning the optimal transplantation, with the care of a gardener preparing a delicate specimen for a new environment. The journal described their first direct interaction on the night she disappeared. He'd offered her a lift from the bus stop, recognizing her from lectures, presenting himself as a local landscaper interested in her research. The heavy rain had made his offer seem reasonable. She'd accepted, not recognizing him as the quiet man who occasionally tended her father's office gardens. His entry noted her intelligent conversation during the short drive and his regret at the necessary chemical intervention when he'd used chloroformed cloth as they approached his cottage instead of her home. One entry about Emily read that she showed promising signs of integration with surrounding specimens. Root structures appeared drawn to established position. He would monitor for evidence of nutrient exchange. Temperature remained suboptimal, but necessary given circumstances. No visible surface manifestation yet. He had been returning to the burial site regularly, checking for signs of some transformation that existed only in his mind. The vegetables planted around her body weren't symbolic. They were intended to be recipients of some imagined essence transferred from human to plant. In his twisted logic, he was creating a new form of hybrid existence. The most chilling discovery came in a small refrigerator hidden beneath the workbench. Inside, soil samples taken from directly beneath Emily, carefully dated and labelled Specimen E Day 1, Specimen E Day 7, and so on. Edward had been conducting regular biopsies of the soil surrounding Emily, searching for evidence of the transformation he believed was occurring. Microscopic analysis later showed these samples contained decomposition products. He had been scientifically documenting the natural processes of decay, interpreting them as signs of his imagined transformation. More disturbing still were the plans for future specimens found in a hidden compartment beneath the workbench. 5 more names, 5 more people who had unwittingly entered Edward's orbit, been catalogued for his grotesque garden, each with detailed notes about their routines, vulnerabilities, and optimal transplantation locations based on soil composition and sunlight patterns, each with a specific vegetable pairing chosen to maximize nutrient transfer potential, each with a timeline for harvesting that would have begun the following spring. Edward offered no resistance during arrest, expressed no remorse during questioning, appeared genuinely bewildered that his research was considered criminal. During one interview, which I watched through one-way glass, he patiently explained to Helena that his work would revolutionize our understanding of the human-plant relationship and offered to provide detailed notes to help scientists continue his research. Psychiatric evaluation found him suffering from a rare delusional disorder, possibly exacerbated by long-term exposure to certain agricultural chemicals found in his workshop. Further investigation revealed a family history of schizophrenia that he'd concealed, and evidence of a head injury sustained in his 20s that had never been properly treated. He was deemed unfit for trial and committed to Ravenswood Secure Hospital, where he reportedly tends the therapeutic garden with the same meticulous care he showed Emily. The press had a field day. "The gardener unmasked," screamed the headlines. Photos of Edward, always the same one, taken at a community fete where he'd won prizes for his tomatoes, plastered every front page. Journalists descended again on Lower Barton, this time hunting for neighbors who'd known him, trying to extract every detail of his quiet existence. His cottage became a macabre attraction, forcing police to maintain a cordon until interest finally waned. Emily's family retreated from public view. Their grief, so publicly displayed during the search, became private again once answers were found. They sold their home 6 months later, moving to Scotland to be near relatives. I sometimes wonder if they found peace there, away from the soil that had claimed their daughter. I hope so. The aftermath was almost worse than the investigation. The questions nobody could answer satisfactorily. How had we not known? How had we not seen? How had someone so profoundly disturbed lived among us undetected? The self-recrimination, the suspicion that lingered even after Edward was gone. The uncomfortable knowledge that evil had walked our streets wearing the most ordinary face imaginable. Lower Barton's healing began slowly. The allotments reopened, though many plot holders surrendered their tenancies, unable to face the soil that had concealed Emily. Plot 23 was transformed into a memorial garden. Emily's favorite flowers instead of vegetables. A wooden bench was installed at the allotment entrance, bearing her name and the simple epitaph, "She grew in our hearts." Helena received an official commendation for solving the case, though the toll it took was visible in the new lines on her face, the streak of grey that hadn't been there 6 months earlier. She transferred to headquarters the following year, moved into administrative work. We still meet occasionally for coffee. Neither of us mentions the case directly, but it sits between us like a third presence. Emma and I considered moving away. Many did, but Lower Barton is home, has been for generations of my family. Running away wouldn't erase the memories. Instead, we adopted a dog, a rescue Springer Spaniel named Bella, who gets me out walking every day, even when I'd rather hide indoors. Her uncomplicated joy in simple things has been its own form of therapy. The village appears normal now, 5 years later. The shop still sells local honey and homemade cakes. The pub quiz happens every Thursday. Children still play in the park. But beneath the surface runs the knowledge that evil grew among us undetected, that it presented as ordinary as a man with soil-stained hands who nodded good morning at the shop, that it existed season after season until circumstance brought it to light. I still photograph gardens sometimes, though not professionally. The ordered rows and careful spacing remind me that precision isn't inherently malevolent, that the same attention to detail cultivates beauty and nourishment just as easily as horror. I grow tomatoes in our back garden. Emma says it's my way of reclaiming something Edward tainted. She's probably right. She usually is. What remains unclear is whether Edward was an anomaly or a warning, whether his delusion was unique or an extreme version of humanity's complicated relationship with nature, whether, in our quest to control and cultivate the natural world, we risk cultivating something darker within ourselves. The allotments continue their seasonal cycle. Winter vegetables give way to spring greens, give way to summer abundance, give way to autumn harvest. The soil accepts what is planted without judgment or memory. New gardeners tend plots where Emily once lay, unaware or unwilling to acknowledge what happened beneath their hands. Life continues, growth continues. But whenever I drive past the Millfield Lane allotments, I remember Emily's face among the winter vegetables. I remember the quiet gardener who believed humans were simply another crop to cultivate. And I check my door locks twice before sleeping, because some harvests once reaped can never be undone. I thought I was doing something good. That's what makes this whole situation so much worse. 6 months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertise themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant, living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age, watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review, videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live-streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it were standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts, standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. A new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months. How many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage. How many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations. How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin, maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. The message that changed everything arrived disguised as a routine Instagram collaboration request. But whoever wrote it knew details about my content that I'd never shared publicly. I was 25 and working as a content creator, making a living through sponsored posts and affiliate marketing, while desperately trying to build enough of an audience to turn social media into actual career stability rather than month-to-month survival. My Instagram focused on urban exploration and hidden places around the South Coast, abandoned buildings, forgotten tunnels, derelict sites that most people walked past without noticing. The sort of atmospheric photography that attracted followers interested in urban decay and architectural history. The message came from an account with minimal following, but a professional tone, asking if I'd be interested in participating in what they called an interactive location discovery project that would pay considerably more than my usual brand partnerships. What made me pay attention wasn't the money, though that was appealing, but the specific locations they mentioned in their pitch. Places I'd photographed recently but hadn't posted yet, including a Victorian railway tunnel that I'd spent weeks researching and only visited the previous day. They knew about locations I'd explored but hadn't documented publicly, suggesting either sophisticated research into my activities or access to information that should have been private. The project they described was intriguing but vague, something involving collaborative exploration of hidden urban spaces, using social media to document discoveries while participating in what they called a real-world puzzle game that combined urban exploration with mystery solving. They were looking for content creators with genuine knowledge of forgotten places and the skills to access locations that weren't obvious to casual urban explorers. The payment structure was unusual but attractive. A substantial upfront fee for initial participation, with additional payments based on the quality and uniqueness of locations I could document through their project platform. They provided a link to their private website where participants could access project details and begin what they described as an initiation challenge that would determine whether I was suitable for their community. The website looked professional despite being clearly private rather than publicly advertised. Clean design, sophisticated functionality, but with content that required membership approval rather than open access. The initiation challenge was straightforward but engaging. a series of location-based puzzles that required combining historical research with practical urban exploration skills. Each puzzle provided cryptic clues about hidden places around Brighton and surrounding areas, challenging participants to identify and photograph specific locations within time limits that tested both researchability and physical exploration skills. The puzzles were genuinely challenging, requiring knowledge of local history, architectural details, and urban geography that went far beyond casual tourism or standard exploration guides. Solving them felt rewarding in ways that normal social media content creation never achieved. Intellectual engagement combined with physical exploration, all within a community that valued genuine discovery over performative documentation. I completed the initiation challenges successfully and was granted full access to what they called the Exploration Network, a private community of content creators and urban explorers who collaborated on location discovery projects. The network's main feature was an interactive map showing hidden locations throughout the UK, contributed by members who shared their discoveries in exchange for access to information about places documented by other participants. The quality of locations was impressive, spaces that I'd never seen documented anywhere else, including places that seemed impossible for casual explorers to access without specialized knowledge or equipment. Some locations came with detailed access instructions, historical background, and even safety warnings that suggested the contributors had extensive experience with challenging urban exploration. I started contributing my own discoveries to the network, sharing information about places I'd found through years of independent exploration around the South Coast. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context about my locations, shared related discoveries, and offered collaboration opportunities that could enhance both our individual content creation and collective exploration knowledge. But as I spent more time in the network, I started noticing aspects of the community that made me uncomfortable. Some members discussed accessing locations that were clearly private property, using methods that went beyond traditional urban exploration into what seemed like breaking and entering. They shared techniques for bypassing security systems, manipulating locks, and avoiding detection by property owners or security personnel. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if illegal access to private spaces was routine problem-solving rather than criminal activity. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, other members assured me that abandoned properties weren't truly private in any meaningful sense, and that documentation of forgotten places served important historical and cultural purposes that justified flexible interpretation of property rights. They explained that their network focused on spaces that had been abandoned by their owners and were slowly deteriorating without any beneficial use, making their exploration activities more like historic preservation than trespassing. The access methods they shared were presented as necessary skills for anyone serious about documenting genuinely hidden places rather than just visiting locations that were already known to casual urban explorers. Over the next few weeks, I found myself using techniques I'd learned from the network to access locations that had previously been beyond my exploration capabilities. The results were impressive, unique content that significantly improved my Instagram engagement and led to collaboration opportunities with brands that were specifically interested in working with creators who could provide genuinely exclusive location access. My content quality improved dramatically as I documented spaces that other creators couldn't access, giving my social media presence the sort of authentic uniqueness that was essential for building sustainable creator careers. But I also started noticing that some network members were discussing activities that went beyond exploration into what seemed like deliberate violation of private spaces. Rather than simply documenting abandoned locations, some participants were accessing occupied buildings, private residences, and even commercial properties that were clearly not meant for outside exploration. They shared information about people's daily routines, security weaknesses in residential areas, and methods for accessing private spaces without detection by inhabitants. The discussions had shifted from historic preservation to what appeared to be systematic invasion of privacy, justified through claims about documenting authentic urban life rather than just empty buildings. Some members posted content that appeared to have been captured inside people's homes, offices, and other private spaces that were definitely not abandoned or forgotten. The production quality suggested sophisticated equipment and planning rather than opportunistic photography, indicating systematic approach to accessing and documenting private spaces. When I questioned the ethics of this type of content, other network members explained that they were conducting important social research into how people actually lived in urban environments, as opposed to the curated presentations that people shared through their own social media. They argued that authentic documentation of private life was valuable for understanding genuine human behavior patterns, social dynamics, and cultural practices that weren't visible through public observation or voluntary self-documentation. The privacy violations were presented as necessary methodology for serious urban anthropology, providing insights that couldn't be obtained through conventional research or documentation approaches. Their justifications sounded sophisticated, but I was uncomfortable with participating in what seemed like systematic surveillance disguised as academic exploration. I tried to focus on legitimate abandoned locations while avoiding discussion threads that involved private property access, but the network's recommendation algorithms seemed designed to gradually expose members to more extreme content based on their participation patterns. Even when I restricted my activities to clearly abandoned buildings, the platform would suggest related content that included increasingly invasive documentation of occupied spaces. The progression seemed deliberate, designed to normalize privacy violations by gradually introducing them alongside legitimate exploration content that members had initially accessed for innocent purposes. I realized that my participation in the network had made me part of a community that was systematically violating people's privacy while presenting these activities as legitimate exploration and documentation. But I also understood that my Instagram growth had become dependent on the unique locations I'd accessed through network resources, and abandoning that community would mean returning to generic content that wouldn't sustain my creator career. The network had provided exactly the sort of exclusive access that differentiated successful creators from those who struggled to build sustainable audiences. About 3 months after joining the network, I received a private message that changed my understanding of what I'd been participating in. Rather than another collaboration opportunity, it was a detailed analysis of my content creation patterns, location research methods, and social media audience demographics. The analysis was thorough and professional, compiled with the sort of marketing research sophistication that major brands used for campaign planning. But instead of offering sponsorship opportunities, the message explained that my participation in the network had been valuable for purposes that went beyond community exploration projects. My content had provided them with comprehensive intelligence about accessible locations throughout the South Coast. My audience research had helped them understand how to present privacy violations as legitimate exploration, and my documentation methods had enhanced their operational planning for activities that were considerably more systematic than urban exploration. They thanked me for my contribution to their location intelligence gathering, and mentioned that they'd been particularly impressed by my ability to access challenging locations while maintaining the sort of social media presence that provided excellent cover for activities that required public credibility. The network wasn't a community of urban explorers, but a recruitment and intelligence system designed to identify people with location access skills while gathering information about spaces that could be used for activities that weren't related to exploration or documentation. My months of sharing location information had provided them with exactly the sort of intelligence they needed for expanding their privacy violation activities into new areas. They didn't need me to directly participate in illegal activities because my legitimate exploration work had already given them comprehensive information about accessible hidden spaces throughout my region. My Instagram success had been built on discoveries that were now being used to facilitate systematic privacy violations that I'd found morally disturbing, but had rationalized as necessary for maintaining my creator career. The network continues to operate, recruiting new creators and gathering location intelligence, while presenting privacy violations as legitimate exploration activities. Members continue to share information about accessing private spaces, documenting people without consent, and treating human privacy as content to be consumed by audiences who value authentic access over ethical consideration. I still create urban exploration content for Instagram, still photograph abandoned buildings and forgotten spaces, still wonder how many of my followers are using my location research for purposes that go beyond casual photography. But I'm also aware that my documentation of hidden spaces has been used to facilitate privacy violations. My content creation skills have been analyzed for operational planning purposes, and my social media presence has provided cover for activities that treat other people's private lives as entertainment for audiences who pay for access to authentic human vulnerability. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and the button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the 4th morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, Observer status approved. Event scheduled. There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police, tried to explain what was happening, showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. The counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real. The network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence. People sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me. including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory, and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I'd documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the students' digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy. Nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily, after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity. Polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contained opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses, what felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence. Members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications, suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience, agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates, interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments, while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny. Blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The centre's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions, consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. My neighbor knocked on my door at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, holding a bottle of wine and wearing the sort of smile that suggested she'd been working up the courage to make this visit for weeks. I was 27 and had been living in the ground floor flat in Exeter for about 6 months, long enough to establish that Claire from upstairs was friendly but not intrusive, the sort of neighbor who'd accept parcels and water plants without expecting lengthy conversations in return. She apologized for the late hour, but explained that she'd been meaning to invite me up for dinner as a proper welcome to the building. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get to know each other better, since we'd be sharing the same address for the foreseeable future. I was working as a freelance translator, mostly doing technical documents for engineering firms, which meant spending most days alone in my flat converting German and French manuals into English that wouldn't confuse anyone trying to operate complex machinery. The isolation was starting to affect me more than I'd expected when I'd chosen freelance work over office employment. Having an actual social interaction that didn't involve explaining why hydraulic systems documentation needed precise terminology felt genuinely appealing. Claire's flat was exactly what you'd expect from someone who worked in marketing for a local arts organization. Tasteful furniture, interesting books, walls covered with exhibition posters from galleries I'd never visited but probably should have. She'd prepared an excellent meal and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about translation work, asking thoughtful questions about the challenges of technical accuracy and whether I missed having colleagues to discuss difficult projects with. About halfway through dinner, she mentioned that she'd been feeling similarly isolated recently, despite working with creative people who were supposedly excellent at maintaining social connections. The conversation shifted to discussing how modern work arrangements were making genuine human interaction increasingly rare, with everyone communicating through digital intermediaries that stripped away the subtleties of face-to-face conversation. She'd been exploring ways to connect with people who shared similar concerns about digital isolation, looking for communities that prioritized authentic communication over the performative social media interactions that had become standard. That's when she mentioned discovering online spaces that weren't part of the mainstream internet, places where people could have genuine discussions without worrying about algorithmic manipulation or corporate data collection. I admitted that I'd heard about hidden parts of the internet, but had never explored them myself, assuming they were either too technical for casual users or focused on activities I wouldn't be interested in participating in. Claire laughed and explained that this was a common misconception. Many hidden communities were actually more accessible and welcoming than mainstream platforms, designed for people who valued privacy and authentic conversation over viral content and commercial advertising. She'd been participating in several discussion groups that focused on topics ranging from philosophy to creative writing, all hosted on networks that required special software, but weren't particularly difficult to access once you understood the basic principles. The communities she'd found were refreshingly different from anything available through normal internet browsing. Thoughtful participants, meaningful discussions, genuine interest in understanding different perspectives rather than winning arguments or gaining followers. She offered to show me how to access these communities if I was curious about experiencing online interaction that felt more like actual conversation than performative social media posting. The demonstration was surprisingly straightforward. Claire had the necessary software already installed on her laptop, and within minutes we were browsing communities that looked and functioned much like regular discussion sites, but felt completely different in terms of content quality and participant behavior. The first few groups she showed me were focused on creative writing and literary criticism, exactly the sort of intellectual discussion that had been missing from my daily routine since leaving university. Participants shared original work, provided thoughtful feedback, and engaged in sophisticated analysis that would have been impossible to maintain on platforms designed for quick consumption and instant reaction. But as Claire navigated through different communities, I started noticing content that was considerably more concerning than creative writing workshops. Some groups were sharing information that seemed intended to remain private, personal details about public figures, internal communications from businesses and government organizations, even what appeared to be surveillance footage from various locations. Claire explained that these were investigative communities, groups of people who researched topics that weren't being covered adequately by mainstream journalism. Citizen investigators who used their collective skills to uncover information that might otherwise remain hidden. The work they were doing seemed legitimate, if ethically complex, documenting corporate misconduct, investigating political corruption, exposing activities that were being concealed from public scrutiny through official or legal pressure. But some of the content made me uncomfortable. Photographs that appeared to have been taken without subjects' knowledge, personal information that seemed too detailed to have been gathered through public sources, discussions about methods for accessing restricted information. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, Claire assured me that the communities were careful to focus on information that was already accessible through various public sources, just aggregated and analyzed more thoroughly than traditional journalism typically allowed. She showed me how to create accounts and participate in discussions, explaining the etiquette and safety practices that would help me contribute meaningfully while protecting my privacy. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in these hidden communities, initially drawn by the quality of literary discussions, but gradually becoming interested in the investigative work that some groups were conducting. The research techniques they used were sophisticated, combining traditional journalism methods with technological approaches that allowed them to gather and analyze information more efficiently than individual investigators could manage. I started contributing translation skills to groups that were working with documents in multiple languages, helping them understand materials that might contain important information but weren't accessible to English-only researchers. The work felt meaningful in ways that technical manual translation never had. Instead of helping people operate machinery, I was helping uncover information that might expose wrongdoing or provide evidence of activities that were being deliberately concealed. But I also started noticing that some of the communities Claire had introduced me to were focused on activities that went beyond investigation into what seemed like active harassment of specific individuals. Groups that shared detailed personal information about people they claimed were involved in various forms of misconduct, including private addresses, family connections, employment details, and daily routines that would be impossible to gather without systematic surveillance. Some discussions included suggestions for actions that participants could take to disrupt the lives of these targeted individuals, methods for causing professional problems, techniques for creating financial difficulties, even strategies for psychological harassment that would be difficult to trace or prove. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if ruining people's lives was routine problem-solving rather than serious criminal activity. When I raised concerns about these communities with Claire, she explained that they were focused on accountability for people who had used their positions to cause harm, but had avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes traditional justice systems failed to address serious wrongdoing, she said, and citizen action was necessary to ensure that harmful individuals faced appropriate consequences for their behavior. The targets weren't randomly selected, but carefully researched individuals who had demonstrated patterns of behavior that justified intervention by people who understood the full scope of their activities. She showed me documentation that these communities had compiled about various targets, evidence of corporate fraud, political corruption, abuse of power, and other activities that had been reported to authorities but hadn't resulted in appropriate accountability. The research was impressively thorough, with detailed timelines, cross-reference sources, and analysis that would have met academic standards for investigative research. But the proposed responses to this research were disturbing. Rather than continuing to work through official channels, many participants advocated for direct action that would force targets to experience consequences regardless of legal outcomes. I started researching some of the individuals being targeted by these communities, trying to understand whether the allegations against them were justified and whether the harassment they were experiencing was proportionate to their alleged wrongdoing. What I discovered was deeply troubling. While some targets had indeed been involved in questionable activities, others appeared to have been selected based on incomplete information or unsubstantiated allegations. The communities had created detailed profiles of people who might be entirely innocent, sharing their personal information and encouraging harassment based on research that was sophisticated but not necessarily accurate. Some targets were experiencing severe consequences: job losses, relationship problems, financial difficulties, even safety concerns, based on community decisions that had been made without proper verification of the allegations against them. I tried to raise these concerns within the communities, suggesting that their research standards might need improvement and that some of their targets might not deserve the harassment they were experiencing. The response was immediate and hostile. Participants questioned my commitment to accountability, suggested that I was more concerned with protecting wrongdoers than supporting victims, and accused me of being insufficiently informed about the full scope of the target's alleged activities. Some community members started researching my own background, gathering personal information, and analyzing my online activities to determine whether my objections were legitimate concerns or evidence that I was connected to the people they were targeting. Within days, I found detailed discussions about my personal life, professional activities, and even my friendship with Claire appearing in communities that I'd never participated in. The research about me was thorough and largely accurate, compiled from sources that included information I'd never shared publicly and observations that could only have come from systematic surveillance of my daily routine. They'd gathered enough personal information to create a comprehensive profile that covered my employment history, financial circumstances, social connections, and even private activities that I'd assumed were invisible to outside observation. The tone of discussions about me was analytical rather than immediately threatening, but the implications were clear. If I continued to object to their targeting methods, I could easily become a target myself. Claire visited again the following week, ostensibly to check on how I was adapting to the communities she'd introduced me to. But her questions were more specific than casual social inquiry. She wanted to know which groups I'd been participating in, what kinds of contributions I'd been making, and whether I'd encountered any content that concerned me. When I mentioned my reservations about some of the harassment activities I'd observed, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She explained that accountability work required difficult decisions about how to respond to people who had caused harm, but avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes direct action was the only way to ensure that wrongdoers faced appropriate repercussions for their behavior. The communities weren't engaged in random harassment, but in carefully considered interventions designed to protect potential future victims by ensuring that harmful individuals experienced consequences that might deter similar behavior. If some innocent people occasionally experienced temporary inconvenience as a result of imperfect information, that was unfortunate but necessary collateral damage in the broader effort to create accountability for people whose harmful activities had been ignored by official systems. Her explanation sounded reasonable in principle, but didn't address my concerns about the accuracy of their research or the proportionality of their responses. More troubling was her casual mention of my own research activities, including details about my investigation into community targeting methods that I hadn't shared with anyone. She knew what I'd been researching, which communities I'd been questioning, and even which specific targets I'd been investigating independently. Either she had access to my private online activities, or the communities we'd been participating in were monitoring their members more closely than I'd realized. Over the next few days, I started experiencing technical problems that interfered with my ability to access both the hidden communities and regular internet services. Connection issues prevented me from participating in discussions, email problems disrupted my professional translation work, and even basic web browsing became unreliable enough to affect my ability to research the targeting concerns I'd been investigating. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them to internet service providers wouldn't result in meaningful investigation. I realized that questioning the targeting methods of communities that specialized in harassment had made me a problem that needed to be managed through exactly the sort of systematic interference they used against their other targets. My concerns about innocent people being harassed had led to me being harassed, using techniques that were designed to disrupt my life, while remaining difficult to prove or address through official channels. I stopped participating in the hidden communities entirely, hoping that withdrawal would end the technical problems and reduce my visibility to groups that had demonstrated their willingness to target people who questioned their methods. But the interference continued, expanding from internet connectivity to other aspects of my daily life. Professional translation projects began experiencing problems that seemed to originate from my end, but weren't caused by anything I'd done wrong. Client communications became unreliable, file transfers failed at crucial moments, and technical issues affected my ability to meet deadlines. My income started declining as clients lost confidence in my reliability, attributing professional problems to my own incompetence rather than systematic sabotage by people who wanted to punish me for asking inconvenient questions. The harassment was sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to create maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability about its source and intentional nature. Last week, I found something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities had been monitored from the beginning. A printed summary of my online research, left in my mailbox where I'd be certain to find it. The document contained detailed analysis of my investigation into community targeting methods, including screenshots of private browsing sessions and transcripts of conversations I'd had with Claire. The research about me was as thorough as the profiles they'd created for their other targets, compiled with the same systematic approach and presented with the same analytical detachment. But attached to the summary was a handwritten note that made their position clear. Accountability works both ways. They wanted me to understand that questioning their methods had made me subject to the same treatment they provided to their other targets, and that continued investigation would result in escalated harassment, designed to make my concerns about their activities seem insignificant compared to my own problems. The hidden communities continue to operate, the targeting continues to expand, and people continue to experience systematic harassment disguised as accountability for alleged wrongdoing that may or may not be accurately documented. I still do translation work when technical problems allow it, still live in the same building as Claire, who continues to smile when we pass in the hallway, still wonder how many other people have been introduced to communities that turn legitimate concerns about justice into systematic harassment of anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about their methods. But I'm also aware that my daily routine is being monitored. My professional activities are being sabotaged. and my personal information is being shared among people who've made questioning their targeting methods into justification for making me a target myself. Even now, after all this time, I can still see the one face that wasn't covered, mouth wide open in genuine terror, eyes bulging as they realized what was about to happen to them, while hundreds of people watched online. The laptop was sitting on a table next to some old textbooks and children's toys at a car boot sale in Wakefield, priced at £40 by an elderly man who seemed eager to get rid of it. He explained that it had belonged to his son, who'd moved abroad for work, and left behind various items he didn't want to ship overseas. It was a Saturday morning in October, the sort of crisp autumn day that brings out dozens of sellers hoping to clear their garages and lofts before winter. I was there looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my Year 6 classroom. At 31, I'd been teaching primary school long enough to know that stretching your budget meant weekend trips to car boot sales and charity shops, hunting for resources that the school's funding couldn't cover. It was a Saturday morning in October, and I'd gone to a car boot sale looking for books and teaching materials that might be useful for my classroom. The sort of weekend activity that teachers do when they're trying to make their budget stretch further than the school's funding allows. The laptop looked to be in decent enough condition despite being a few years old, and £40 seemed reasonable for something that would let me work from home without having to carry my school laptop back and forth every day. The man threw in a charger and carrying case, pleased to have found someone who'd actually used the machine rather than just wanting it for parts. I didn't bother checking it thoroughly at the sale, just confirmed it would power on and seemed to be functioning normally. When I got home, I plugged it in and started setting it up for my own use, planning to wipe the existing user account and install fresh software. But when I accessed the previous owner's files to back up anything that might be important before deleting them, I found folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, communication logs, and software I didn't recognize, all organized in ways that suggested activities the previous owner hadn't mentioned to his father. One folder contained what appeared to be streaming software and technical documentation for broadcast equipment. Professional quality programs that would cost hundreds of pounds and weren't the sort of thing you'd expect someone to have unless they were seriously involved in content creation. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of hosting and distribution that were carefully worded but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list, recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why someone might want to get rid of a laptop without properly wiping the hard drive. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something the previous owner had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate, the audio quality was professional, and in the background I could hear a voice giving instructions that sounded like it belonged to someone who was clearly in control of the situation. The video showed a basement space with concrete walls and harsh lighting, containing equipment that was obviously designed for restraint and violence, rather than any legitimate purpose. Most disturbing was the casual, business-like tone of the voice directing what was happening off-camera. I closed the file and sat in my kitchen trying to process what I'd discovered. The polite elderly man at the car boot sale had unknowingly sold me evidence of what appeared to be serious criminal activity conducted by his son. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of the previous owner's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing enterprise. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and equipment that made it clear the previous owner wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and technical knowledge, though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific addresses. What bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what I'd discovered, but the professional way it had been documented. Detailed logs of events, technical specifications for equipment, even what appeared to be financial records tracking expenses and income. The previous owner had been running what amounted to a business, complete with the sort of administrative overhead you'd expect from any legitimate enterprise. Except instead of providing normal services, he'd been creating violent content for audiences willing to pay for access to live streams. I found files containing schedules that suggested regular broadcasts over a period of several years. Different locations were used on rotating basis, with detailed notes about equipment setup and technical requirements for each venue. Most of the locations were identified only by codes rather than actual addresses, but some files contained photographs that showed enough detail to suggest they were commercial or industrial properties rather than residential spaces. One set of photos showed a warehouse or factory unit with distinctive architectural features that looked familiar in ways I couldn't immediately place. The building style, the window design, even the surrounding landscape seemed like something I'd seen before, though I couldn't remember where. I spent the rest of the weekend researching what I could find online about the type of content the previous owner had been creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. Someone would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement. Which meant the mild-mannered son, whose laptop I'd bought, was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks that implied for anyone who might accidentally discover evidence of their activities. On Monday morning, I tried to focus on normal teaching responsibilities while privately wrestling with what to do about my discovery. Reporting the previous owner to police would require explaining how I'd obtained the evidence and potentially compromising any investigation they might want to conduct. But continuing to possess the laptop felt like becoming an accessory to criminal activity, even though my discovery had been entirely accidental and I had no intention of using the material for any purpose. During my lunch break, I researched local missing person reports to see if any cases might correspond to people who appeared in the video files. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in the Wakefield area. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person had been a teacher at a school not far from mine. They disappeared about 8 months earlier, after leaving work on what should have been a routine Friday afternoon, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing teacher had been someone with a similar profile to myself. Single, living alone, following predictable routines that would make them easy to observe and potentially target. The possibility that someone in my own profession might have become a victim in the content I discovered made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about accidentally finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about people who lived lives similar to mine being targeted for reasons I didn't understand. That evening, I decided to look more carefully at the warehouse photos I'd found on the laptop, trying to identify where they might have been taken. The architectural style and surrounding environment provided enough clues to narrow down the possible locations to specific areas around Yorkshire. One photo showed a view from inside the warehouse, looking out through a loading bay door. In the distance, I could see a distinctive church spire and what appeared to be a retail park that looked familiar from somewhere I'd visited recently. I spent hours comparing the photo to online maps and street view images, trying to identify the specific location. The combination of the church spire, retail park, and surrounding landscape eventually led me to an area about 20 minutes from Wakefield. The warehouse was in an industrial estate that I'd driven past many times without paying particular attention to the individual buildings. But now that I knew what to look for, I could see how the location would be perfect for activities that required privacy and security. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the industrial estate and the businesses that operated there. Most were legitimate companies with normal commercial activities, but several units appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their online presence. I decided to drive past the area during the weekend, telling myself I was just curious to see if I could identify the specific building from the photos. The industrial estate was mostly quiet on Saturday afternoon, with only a few cars in the various car parks. The warehouse I'd identified from the photos was clearly vacant, with for lease signs and boarded windows, but there were fresh tire tracks in the car park, and what appeared to be utility connections that suggested power and water were still active, despite the building being officially empty. From the road, everything looked completely abandoned, but knowing what I potentially knew about how the space might be used made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I parked and walked around the perimeter of the building, looking for any obvious signs of recent activity. Most of the windows were boarded up, but one loading bay had a small gap where I could see inside. The interior had been cleared of most equipment, but I could see mounting points on the walls where cameras had obviously been positioned, and electrical installations that weren't typical of standard warehouse fittings. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting the space for specific purposes that weren't related to normal commercial storage or manufacturing. The sort of professional installation that suggested serious long-term planning rather than temporary use. As I was photographing the mounting points through the gap in the boarding, I heard a car pulling into the car park behind me. I turned around to see a van parking near the building's main entrance. Two people got out and began unloading equipment that looked like cameras and lighting gear. They moved with the efficiency of people who were familiar with the location and had done this setup many times before. I should have left immediately and reported what I was seeing to the authorities, but I was curious about whether this was connected to the content I'd found on the laptop, and whether I was witnessing the continuation of activities that I'd assumed had ended when the previous owner moved abroad. I moved to a position where I could observe without being seen, watching as the two people systematically set up what appeared to be a professional filming operation inside the supposedly abandoned warehouse. They worked for about an hour, positioning equipment and testing various technical systems. Around 6 o'clock, another vehicle arrived with what appeared to be additional personnel and someone who seemed to be having difficulty walking steadily. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the setup for content creation. I was potentially watching the preparation for another live stream, like the ones I'd seen recorded on the laptop. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, But as I was trying to dial, one of the people setting up equipment looked directly at me through the gap where I was watching. Our eyes met for several seconds before they calmly walked over to speak to one of their colleagues, pointing in my direction while continuing what appeared to be a normal conversation about their work. I ran back to my car and drove home as quickly as possible, hands shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Someone involved in creating violent content had seen me observing their activities and hadn't seemed particularly concerned about being witnessed. Either they were confident that I wouldn't report what I'd seen, or they had methods for dealing with unwanted attention that didn't require immediate panic or dramatic responses. That evening, I tried to decide whether to contact the police about what I'd witnessed. The evidence from the laptop combined with what I'd seen at the warehouse should be enough to justify an investigation, even if my story about accidentally discovering criminal activity sounded unlikely. But I was worried about what might happen if the people I'd observed discovered that someone had connected their current activities to evidence from the previous owner's laptop. They demonstrated professional competence and lack of concern about being witnessed, which suggested they had experience dealing with potential problems. I spent the next week trying to maintain normal teaching routines while privately wrestling with the knowledge of what I'd discovered and witnessed. Every unexpected sound outside my house made me check the windows. Every stranger who seemed to look in my direction felt potentially threatening. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secure locations might take additional steps to protect their interests from exposure. 2 weeks after visiting the warehouse, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my front door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me taking pictures through the gap in the warehouse boarding, clearly taken by someone who had been positioned to observe my activities without me realizing they were there. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Curiosity satisfied. No signature, no return address, just those 2 words that made it obvious someone wanted me to understand that my investigation had been noticed and documented. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a warning designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered rather than a prelude to more serious consequences. But I couldn't explain how they'd identified me or obtained my home address based on a brief observation at the warehouse. Either they had considerably more resources than I'd assumed, or they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than the photograph alone suggested. I never reported what I'd found on the laptop or witnessed at the warehouse. The risks of becoming involved in an investigation seemed to outweigh the potential benefits of helping to stop criminal activity that might continue regardless of my intervention. But I still think about that face in the video file. The one person who wasn't wearing a mask or hood, who had looked directly into the camera with an expression that suggested they knew exactly who might be watching. And I think about the casual way the people at the warehouse had reacted to being observed, as if unwanted attention was just another technical problem to be managed, rather than a serious threat to their activities. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have accidentally discovered evidence of similar activities, and whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too frightened of the consequences to risk becoming involved in something they didn't understand. I moved to Seoul 3 years ago to teach English at a private academy. The transition from my small Midwestern hometown to one of the most technologically advanced cities in the world was jarring in ways I hadn't anticipated. The crowded subway stations, the constant digital advertisements on every surface, the blinding speed of the internet, all of it overwhelmed me initially. But humans adapt. After 6 months, I barely noticed these things anymore. What I did notice was my growing sense of isolation. Despite being surrounded by millions of people, my limited Korean and cultural differences created invisible barriers. Most of my social interactions were with other foreign teachers who came and went as their contracts ended. The few Korean friends I made were busy with demanding jobs and family obligations. Gradually, my world narrowed to my small apartment, the academy where I taught, and the convenience store on the corner. I'm telling you this to explain why I spend so much time online. In a city where I often felt invisible, the internet offered connection. I joined forums for expatriates, video chatted with family back home, and participated in online gaming communities. My laptop became my primary window to human interaction beyond the superficial conversations at work. My apartment came with the fastest internet connection I'd ever experienced, a common feature in Seoul, where digital infrastructure is prioritized. Downloads that would have taken hours back home completed in seconds. Video calls never lagged. Streaming was instantaneous. This remarkable connectivity became something I took for granted until the night it inexplicably faltered. It started with minor disruptions, buffering videos, delayed messages, dropped calls. Frustrating but not unusual, even in Seoul. I ran speed tests showing significantly reduced bandwidth. Thinking it might be a building-wide issue, I messaged my neighbor, another English teacher, who often helped me navigate these small annoyances of expatriate life. He reported no problems with his connection. I contacted my internet provider, navigating their automated customer service system with my limited Korean. After several redirections, I received a message that a technician would check the external connections to my building the following day. Until then, I would have to manage with the degraded service. That night, trying to video chat with my sister, the connection became so poor that her image froze repeatedly, her voice cutting in and out until we gave up. After ending the failed call, I noticed something odd. Despite the video call being disconnected, my laptop's network activity indicator showed continuous data transfer, uploading and downloading at significant rates. I opened my network monitoring application, something I rarely used but had installed months earlier when troubleshooting a different issue. The interface displayed active connections between my device and multiple unfamiliar IP addresses. Data was flowing through ports I hadn't authorized. My first thought was malware. Perhaps I'd clicked something I shouldn't have, and now my computer was part of some botnet. I initiated security scans, closed all applications, and even physically disconnected from the internet by unplugging my router. The network activity indicator went dark, as expected. I reconnected and immediately observed the unauthorized data transfer resuming. The security scans found nothing suspicious. The next day, the internet technician arrived while I was at work. When I returned home that evening, I found a note in broken English explaining that no issues had been detected with the external connection. The technician had reset my router and suggested the problem might be with my laptop. The note included standard recommendations: restart the device, clear the cache, check for system updates. I followed these instructions, even performing a system restore to a point weeks earlier. The unauthorized network activity continued. What changed was my internet speed, no longer degraded, but functioning at its usual remarkable pace, despite the mysterious data transfers happening in the background. That night, I received a message from a username I didn't recognize on a messaging platform I rarely used. The message contained only a link, no text. Normally, I would never click such a thing, but exhaustion and frustration had worn down my usual caution. The link led to what appeared to be a troubleshooting forum in Korean. Using a browser translation tool, I could make out technical discussions about network routing, VPN configurations, and bandwidth allocation. One thread caught my attention, a conversation about something called passive nodes in residential networks. The translation was imperfect, but I gathered that certain high-speed connections in densely populated areas could be utilized as relay points for data transmission without the user's knowledge. The thread described this as a common practice among certain online communities requiring anonymized traffic. As I scrolled through the discussion, a private message appeared from a forum user with the name Node Manager. Translated, the message asked if I was experiencing connectivity issues and offered assistance. I hesitantly explained my situation, the unexplained data transfers, the initial speed degradation, the failed troubleshooting attempts. The response came quickly, explaining that my internet connection had likely been incorporated into a private routing network without my authorization. The initial slowdown occurred during the integration process, but now that my connection was fully configured as a node, the system was allocating resources more efficiently, allowing both normal usage and background data relay. I asked what kind of data was being transmitted through my connection. The response was vague. Secure communications requiring privacy protection, nothing illegal, nothing that would be traced back to me. When I expressed concern about having my network used without consent, Node Manager offered to remove my connection from their system for a fee in cryptocurrency. This had all the hallmarks of a scam, but the technical details matched exactly what I was experiencing. I declined the payment option and stated my intention to report this to my internet provider and local authorities. The final message I received contained just 2 words in English: watch first. A moment later, a link appeared. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I clicked it. The page that loaded had a minimal interface, a black background, a video player in the center, a timestamp, and a view account showing 17. The video showed an empty room with white walls. The timestamp indicated the feed was live. For several minutes, nothing happened. I was about to close the browser when a person entered the frame. Their face was obscured by digital pixelation, but their body language suggested nervousness. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a piece of paper with writing I couldn't read from the angle shown. The viewer count increased to 23. A small text field appeared below the video, showing messages in various languages. Using translation tools, I could see viewers asking for the subject to perform specific actions. Most requests were simple: raise a hand, stand up, turn around. The person complied with each instruction, movements becoming increasingly reluctant as the request continued. I closed the browser, deeply disturbed by whatever I had witnessed. Within seconds, my messenger pinged with another message from Node Manager. An image of my face, captured moments earlier through my laptop's webcam, which I had never activated. Below the image was text explaining that my network node was being used to route encrypted streams for a private viewing community. Attempting to interfere would result in my transition from relay point to content subject. I shut down my laptop immediately, unplugged all devices, and spent a sleepless night contemplating my options. The next morning, I purchased a new laptop and a mobile hotspot from a provider different from my home internet service. Using this completely separate connection, I researched what I had stumbled into. Information was sparse and contradictory. Some sources dismissed red rooms as urban legends, technically impossible due to bandwidth limitations of anonymized networks. Others suggested they existed, but were elaborate scams, staged performances marketed as authentic to separate cryptocurrency from gullible viewers. A few troubling accounts described them as genuine operations run by technically sophisticated criminal networks exploiting high-speed infrastructure in countries with advanced digital ecosystems. South Korea, with its extraordinary connectivity and dense urban population, appeared repeatedly in these discussions. The country's internet speeds, among the fastest globally, made it ideal for services requiring substantial bandwidth. Its urban density meant residential connections could be compromised without drawing attention, lost in the digital noise of millions of concurrent users. I considered reporting my experience to authorities but hesitated. My visa status made me reluctant to draw official attention. My limited Korean would make explaining the technical nuances difficult. Most importantly, I had no evidence beyond the messages on my compromised laptop, which I was now afraid to access again. Instead, I contacted a cybersecurity consultant recommended in an expatriate forum. We met in a busy cafe where I explained the situation. His expression remained neutral throughout my account, but his questions became increasingly specific about the interface I had seen, the routing methods described, and the patterns of data transfer. After I finished, he explained that what I had encountered was unfortunately real. Certain buildings in Seoul, particularly those with direct connections to the city's advanced fiber infrastructure, were specifically targeted for integration into these networks. Foreign residents were preferred targets, less likely to report issues, more likely to attribute problems to cultural or language misunderstandings, often living alone with fewer people to notice strange digital occurrences. The consultant offered to secure my new devices and investigate my home network for a substantial fee. Desperate for help, I agreed. 2 days later, he came to my apartment, bringing specialized equipment to analyze the connection without directly engaging with it. His examination confirmed what Node Manager had claimed. My internet service had been configured as a relay node for encrypted streams, with a secondary function allowing remote access to connected devices. The modification was sophisticated, operating at the router firmware level. Simply replacing the router wouldn't solve the problem, as the access point in the building's telecommunications closet had also been compromised. Moving to a different provider wouldn't help either, as most used the same physical infrastructure in this area. The consultant implemented temporary security measures, a hardware firewall, encrypted DNS services, VPN protocols, while acknowledging these were bandages on a more fundamental problem. His recommendation was blunt: move to a different building as soon as possible. Until then, assume all connected devices were potentially compromised. I began searching for a new apartment immediately, but lease terms in Seoul are complicated, typically requiring substantial deposits and minimum stay periods. Breaking my current contract would mean losing thousands of dollars I couldn't afford to forfeit. A week after implementing the security measures, I received a paper letter in my mailbox, unusual in itself, as most communications in Seoul are digital. The letter contained a printed screenshot of my new laptop's desktop, taken the previous day, along with a list of websites I had visited while researching new apartments. The message was clear: the security measures had failed or been circumvented. That night, my apartment lost power briefly, just a few seconds, but long enough to reset all electronic devices. When service resumed, the hardware firewall the consultant had installed showed its configuration had been reset to default settings. The VPN connection had disconnected. The specialized DNS settings had reverted. I contacted the consultant again, who seemed genuinely disturbed by this development. The level of access required to coordinate a targeted power interruption with immediate reconfiguration of security devices suggested resources beyond typical hackers. He advised me to leave the apartment immediately, even if it meant financial loss. I spent that night in a hotel, using only my mobile phone with a new SIM card purchased with cash. In the morning, I returned to my apartment to pack essential items, planning to stay with a colleague until finding new housing. As I entered, my phone received a notification despite being disconnected from Wi-Fi and using the new SIM. The message contained my current location coordinates and the simple text, "Node status remains active." I packed quickly, taking only what would fit in a backpack. As I was leaving, my neighbor, the one who had reported no internet issues, was entering his apartment. He nodded in greeting, then paused, looking at my backpack. He asked in perfect English if I was going somewhere. When I vaguely mentioned visiting a friend, he smiled and said perhaps my internet issues would be resolved when I returned. Something in his expression made me deeply uncomfortable. I mumbled a response and hurried away, but not before noticing a small pin on his lapel, a design I recognized from the forum, where I had first encountered discussions of passive nodes. The icon resembled a stylized eye with a digital motif. I never returned to that apartment. I forfeited my deposit, left most of my possessions, and moved to a different district of Seoul. I changed jobs, altered my online presence, and replaced all electronic devices. For several months, I detected no unusual network activities or unexplained communications. Then yesterday, while using a public Wi-Fi connection at a cafe I'd never previously visited, I received an email to an address I had created only weeks earlier and shared with no one. The message contained a single image, a screenshot of the coffee shop's security camera feed showing me sitting at my current table, captured moments earlier. Below was a view account, 31. I don't know if I'll ever escape this network. It exists in the infrastructure itself, in the invisible digital pathways we've woven through our modern world. Sometimes I wonder how many others are unknowingly serving as nodes, their connections becoming conduits for streams they'll never see, their cameras capturing moments they don't know are being shared. The internet has no memory limitations, no capacity for mercy, no mechanism for true deletion. Somewhere in that vast digital architecture, everything is preserved, including, I suspect, whatever they recorded through my devices during those weeks. I've become content in a library I can't access, viewed by people I'll never identify. What terrifies me most isn't that I'm still being watched. It's the possibility that I always was, that the entire digital ecosystem we've built is fundamentally, architecturally designed for observation, not by governments or corporations, but by whoever has the technical skill to access its deeper functions. And in that shadow network, latency isn't just a measure of connection speed. It's the delay between becoming a node and realizing you've always been a subject. The advert was tucked between job listings for cleaners and gardeners, written in the same mundane language you'd expect for any domestic service. Discreet home monitoring while away, professional, reliable, competitive rates, references provided only after service completion. It was that last phrase that felt slightly off. Most services provide references beforehand, not after. but I was desperate to sort out security for my Victorian terrace in Sheffield before my holiday to Greece. Break-ins weren't rare in my area, and period locks wouldn't deter anyone determined enough to try. I called the number that afternoon. The voice was polite and businesslike, explaining temporary monitoring equipment during client absence, cameras and sensors, remote observation, response to issues, considerably cheaper than house sitting. They could assess the property that evening and provide a quote. The consultant, who arrived at 7:30, looked exactly right. Well-dressed, professional tablet, sensible questions about access points and valuables. He walked through systematically, noting camera positions and vulnerable areas, made casual conversation about the house's period features, admired the original cornicing, asked about the basement access. His assessment was thorough without being intrusive. He explained which rooms would need monitoring, how equipment would be positioned to avoid being obvious to potential intruders, what kind of response they could provide if problems were detected. Everything sounded reasonable, professional, legitimate. The quote was fair for 2 weeks of monitoring. They were available for my exact dates. I agreed to installation the day before departure, payment on completion as their advert had specified. Installation day arrived with unseasonable rain that made the house feel smaller, more enclosed. 2 technicians worked efficiently through the morning, drilling discrete holes, running thin cables, positioning small cameras in corners where they'd be invisible to casual observation. They tested each component carefully, ensuring clear video quality and reliable transmission. They explained the monitoring process. Continuous but passive observation, immediate contact if anything concerning was detected, coordination with local police if necessary. In case of emergency, they had my mobile number and hotel details, professional, thorough, reassuring. I left for Greece feeling confident that competent people were protecting my property. The holiday was exactly what I'd needed. 2 weeks of sun, decent food, relaxation that comes from knowing responsibilities are handled by professionals. I received 3 routine updates during my absence. Brief texts confirming normal activity, no security concerns, all systems functioning properly. The sort of communication that justified the expense and validated my decision to hire them. When I returned, the house felt exactly as I'd left it. All monitoring equipment had been removed so thoroughly there was no obvious evidence it had ever been installed. A brief report waited on my kitchen table, summarizing 2 weeks of observation with professional efficiency. According to the report, there had been no security incidents, no attempted break-ins, no unusual activity around the property. A few routine visits from postal workers and delivery drivers, but nothing requiring intervention. The service had been invisible, effective, exactly what I'd paid for. I was impressed enough to recommend them to neighbors who'd expressed similar concerns about leaving properties unattended. Mrs. Patterson from 3 doors down used them for her Lake District trip in October. Mr. Chen across the street hired them for his business travel in November. The Johnsons at number 47 booked them for their Christmas cruise. All reported the same professional service, the same invisible efficiency, the same peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is being properly monitored. The problem started subtly, about 6 weeks after my return. 2 days after what should have been the end of all monitoring, I noticed the bathroom light was on when I came home from work. I always switched it off, always checked before leaving. Standing in the hallway, I caught a faint smell I couldn't place, like bleach mixed with something metallic, sharp and wrong. It stayed there for hours, stubborn as though it had been worked into the air. I checked the house thoroughly, but found nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just that persistent feeling that someone else had been moving through my space, touching my belongings, breathing my air. Then the targeted advertising started. Emails about specific cleaning supplies for Victorian properties, repair services for damp issues I'd never mentioned to anyone, security equipment for period features only I would know needed attention, phone calls offering solutions to maintenance problems they couldn't possibly know about. The precision was unsettling. Companies contacting me about the loose floorboard in the back bedroom, the crack in the basement wall I'd been meaning to fix, even the specific brand of paint I'd need to touch up the kitchen skirting. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been inside my house, observing details I'd never shared with anyone. Mrs. Patterson mentioned she was having similar experiences. Targeted recommendations since her monitoring service. Companies knowing details about her Victorian conversion that she'd never discussed online. Mr. Chen had received calls about his boiler efficiency and garden drainage, problems he'd been researching privately. The Johnsons were getting quotes for roof repairs and double glazing replacement, work they'd been considering but hadn't mentioned to anyone except each other. All of us using the same monitoring service. All of us feeling like our privacy had been compromised in ways we couldn't articulate or prove. I tried calling their number, generic voicemail promising return calls that never came. Email bounced back as undeliverable. The professional website I'd found originally no longer existed. The company had either ceased operating or made themselves deliberately unreachable once their services were complete. That's when I started wondering what they'd actually monitored during my holiday and whether the surveillance had ended when their equipment was supposedly removed. The question nagged at me for weeks. I'd assumed the monitoring was straightforward security observation. Cameras watching for intruders, sensors detecting unauthorized entry, professional staff responding to genuine emergencies. But the targeted marketing suggested they'd gathered considerably more information than necessary for basic home protection. I researched methods for detecting hidden surveillance equipment, purchased radio frequency detectors, infrared scanners, devices designed to locate concealed cameras and listening devices. Found nothing obvious, but the targeted advertising continued with increasing specificity and accuracy. Companies were contacting me about problems I'd only just discovered myself. A blocked drain in the utility room, condensation issues in the loft, even wear patterns on carpets that would only be visible to someone conducting detailed interior surveys. It was during this research that I stumbled across something that changed my understanding entirely. I was looking into home security options online, trying to find legitimate alternatives to the service I'd used, when a search led me to areas of the internet I'd never encountered before. Hidden services that required special software to access, communities operating outside normal oversight and regulation. One site, reached through several layers of anonymity, hosted what appeared to be live feeds from residential properties, real-time surveillance of people in their own homes, completely unaware they were being observed by strangers online. The interface was professional despite its hidden nature. Multiple video feeds showing different locations, chat functions allowing viewers to communicate, even rating systems for different streams based on content quality and viewer engagement. Most feeds showed empty rooms or routine domestic activity. People cooking, watching television, going about normal daily routines, while cameras documented their every movement. Dozens of properties, hundreds of viewers, a thriving community built around watching strangers live their private lives. I scrolled through available feeds with mounting horror, recognizing the violation these people were experiencing without their knowledge or consent. Then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water. One feed showed my living room. I couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Cold spread through my chest as I stared at the screen. My coffee mug on the side table where I'd left it an hour ago. Afternoon light falling through windows at exactly the right angle. The book I'd been reading still open on the sofa, reading glasses beside it where I'd placed them before going to make tea. I watched the timestamp update in real time, while someone in the chat commented about my choice of evening reading. Another viewer making predictions about what I'd do when I returned from the kitchen. This wasn't archive footage from my holiday monitoring. This was happening now, in real time, while I sat at my laptop in the very room being broadcast to anonymous strangers online. The realization hit me with physical force. The monitoring service hadn't removed all their equipment when I returned from Greece. They'd left cameras running, streaming my daily life to paying audiences who treated my private moments as entertainment. I slammed the laptop shut and sat in darkness, trying to process the violation I discovered. Then I reopened it and forced myself to keep watching, needing to understand the full scope of what was happening. The chat was active with viewers discussing my routine, making observations about my habits, even placing bets on my behavior patterns. They knew when I usually went to bed, what I typically watched on television, how long I spent reading before sleep. Intimate knowledge of my private life gathered through weeks or months of continuous observation. Some comments suggested viewers had been watching since shortly after my return from holiday. Others referenced changes in my routine, expressing disappointment when I'd altered patterns they'd grown accustomed to following. I was living entertainment for strangers who'd been studying my life with the dedication of researchers, analyzing my behavior, predicting my choices, treating my existence as a performance staged for their amusement. Over the next few hours, I searched every room systematically, behind mirrors, inside light fittings, around door frames, anywhere cameras could be concealed. I kept thinking about that smell, the way it had clung to the air like evidence, the bathroom light that had been left on, the subtle signs of intrusion I dismissed as paranoia. I hired a professional security consultant to sweep the property. They found nothing obvious, suggested monitoring might use methods that weren't physically present in the house. Remote access through existing devices, exploitation of smart systems, surveillance through infrastructure I wasn't aware of. But I didn't have smart home technology, and the feeds were showing angles that couldn't be captured through televisions or computers. Someone had installed professional surveillance equipment that was sophisticated enough to avoid detection by standard sweeping procedures. The feeds continued showing perfect coverage of my daily routine from multiple angles, suggesting a comprehensive system rather than occasional monitoring. I started covering mirrors with towels, unplugging every electrical device, even dismantling the smoke alarm and peeling back wallpaper to check for hidden wiring. The feed quality never diminished. Anonymous viewers discussed my increasing paranoia as entertainment, one commenting, "He's taking apart the kitchen radio now lol," while another typed, "Bet he checks the fridge next. They always do." Complete. Perfect. Every move I made to reclaim privacy was exactly the content they wanted. My desperate attempts to locate surveillance equipment had become part of the show, providing viewers with drama and unpredictability that enhanced their entertainment experience. They were watching me search for them, commenting on my methods, laughing at my futile efforts to regain control of my own home. I checked the other feeds on the site and recognized several properties from my neighborhood. Mrs. Patterson's front room, Mr. Chen's kitchen, even the Johnsons' bedroom where they were sleeping peacefully, while strangers watched and commented on their unconscious movements. All of us who'd used the same monitoring service. All of us now providing ongoing entertainment for audiences who'd paid for permanent access to our private lives. The scope was larger than I'd initially understood. This wasn't just about my house, but about an entire network of residential surveillance disguised as legitimate security services. Professional installation during supposed holiday monitoring, equipment left behind to provide continuous streaming content. I researched the site structure and found hundreds of residential feeds from across the UK. Victorian terraces, modern developments, converted flats, a comprehensive collection of homes where owners had unknowingly become performers in an ongoing reality show. The business model was sophisticated. Customers paid for access to different tiers of content, with premium subscriptions providing high-definition feeds and interactive features. Popular streams generated additional revenue through viewer donations and special requests. My house appeared to be performing well in their metrics. High viewer engagement, consistent audience, positive ratings for content quality and entertainment value. I was a successful performer in a show I'd never auditioned for, generating income for people who'd converted my home into a broadcast studio. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, 2 months after I discovered the feeds. Professional letterhead, quality paper, polite language thanking me for previous use of their monitoring service. An offer for enhanced lifestyle documentation at significantly reduced rates, with detailed information about comprehensive surveillance that would cover all aspects of daily routine and personal habits. But it was the personal touches that made my hands shake. References to my recent home improvement research and interesting reading choices, mentioning specific book titles I'd been browsing online that morning. Casual observations about my evolving sleep patterns and dietary preferences. Knowledge that could only come from continuous, detailed observation. The final paragraph dropped all pretense of professional courtesy, a suggestion that clients who appreciated comprehensive monitoring consistently had positive experiences, while those who failed to understand the benefits often found themselves experiencing unfortunate incidents, equipment malfunctions, security breaches, even accidents around the home. The threat was wrapped in corporate language, but it was unmistakably there. Accept the surveillance as an ongoing service, or risk consequences that could affect my safety, security, and well-being. I never responded to the letter, but the message was clear. I'd become part of their business whether I'd consented to ongoing monitoring or not. The feeds remained active. Anonymous viewers continued discussing my routines, making predictions about my behavior, treating my private life as interactive entertainment. Sometimes I found myself performing for cameras I couldn't locate, wondering if compliance might offer some protection from whatever threats they'd implied. But mostly, I tried to maintain normal routines while knowing that dozens of strangers were watching me eat breakfast, read books, fall asleep in front of the television. The psychological impact was cumulative. Every private moment felt observed, every personal habit subject to analysis by anonymous audiences. I couldn't relax in my own home, couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, judged, discussed by people who knew intimate details of my life, while remaining completely hidden themselves. Last week, I found something on my kitchen counter that made my hands shake. A tiny ceramic house, perfect miniature of my own terrace, positioned exactly where cameras would capture it clearly. Even the small chip in the front step was there. Damage I'd noticed just 3 days ago when the postman stumbled. When I checked the feed, viewers were discussing their housewarming gift, debating whether I understood the message. It wasn't just any figurine. It was my house, recreated in porcelain by people who could enter whenever they chose, study architectural details, reproduce them with perfect accuracy, then leave tokens to prove their complete access and control. They weren't just watching anymore. They were inside, moving through my home while I slept, studying every detail, leaving evidence of their presence for both me and their online audience to discover. The ceramic house sat on my counter for 3 days before I finally moved it. During those 3 days, viewer comments speculated about my psychological state, analyzed my reluctance to disturb their gift, discussed whether my eventual response would meet their expectations for dramatic content. When I finally picked it up, my hands were trembling. The ceramic was warm, as if it had been recently handled. Underneath, someone had carved a tiny message into my kitchen counter. Thank you for the show. I never meant to find it. That's important to understand. I was just a bored software developer working from my flat in Manchester, running tests on a new algorithm designed to filter illegal content from social media platforms. It was a contract job for a mid-sized tech company. Good money, flexible hours, and the sort of work that looks impressive on a CV. The kind of opportunity you don't question too deeply. My algorithm was supposed to identify and flag videos containing violence, abuse, or other prohibited content before they could be uploaded. Nothing revolutionary, just an improvement on existing systems. I needed sample data to test it, so the company gave me access to a secure server containing thousands of videos that had been previously removed from their platform. Most were exactly what you'd expect: fights, animal cruelty, dangerous stunts gone wrong. The algorithm handled these easily, assigning risk scores with over 95% accuracy compared to human moderators. But there were outliers, videos that humans had flagged, but my system missed entirely. These were the ones I needed to focus on to improve the detection rates. One particular video kept slipping through. The file name was just a string of numbers and letters, and according to the metadata, 6 different human moderators had flagged it for immediate removal, each citing different reasons. When I finally reviewed it myself, I was confused. It showed an empty room with white walls, a concrete floor, and a single metal chair in the center. Nothing happened for nearly 3 minutes. No people, no movement. Just static footage of an empty room. The video quality was poor, with occasional digital artifacts, compression issues most likely. I ran it through the algorithm again with different parameters, but it consistently received a low-risk score. I noted this as an anomaly and moved on to other samples. But that night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about it. Why had 6 moderators independently flagged an empty room? What were they seeing that both I and my algorithm had missed? The next morning, I downloaded the video file and examined it more carefully. The metadata contained an unusual string in the creator field. What looked like an onion address, the kind used on Tor networks. Out of professional curiosity, I accessed Tor through a secure virtual machine and entered the address. It led to a black screen with a simple login form and a counter displaying 4,291. As I watched, the number increased to 4,292. The site offered no explanation of what this counter represented. No context, no identifying information. Just a login form and that steadily increasing number. I closed the browser and returned to my work. I had deadlines to meet, and mysterious websites weren't relevant to improving my algorithm. I modified the code to better detect empty rooms with strange metadata and moved on to other test cases. 3 days later, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters as the video file name. The body contained only a username and password, followed by the words, "Observer access granted." I should have deleted it immediately, should have reported it to the company's security team. Instead, I saved the information and continued working as if nothing had happened. That night, after a few glasses of wine, I reopened my secure virtual machine, accessed the .onion address, and entered the credentials. The site loaded to show the same empty room from the video, but now as a live feed. The counter in the corner showed 7,843. A chat window occupied the right side of the screen, messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. From what I could gather, users were discussing preparations for something called an event. Some were placing what appeared to be bets using cryptocurrency. In the bottom left corner was a countdown timer. 47 hours, 12 minutes, and 36 seconds. Just under 3 days. I watched for about 20 minutes. Nothing changed in the room. The chat continued with discussions I couldn't fully follow, filled with abbreviations and terminology I didn't recognize. I logged out, shut down the virtual machine, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I received another email from a different random address. This one contained only a postcode, my postcode, and the message, confirmation required for observer status. I immediately strengthened all my security settings, changed passwords, and ran multiple malware scans. Everything came back clean. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence or a scare tactic used by whatever strange corner of the internet I'd stumbled into. Still, I deleted the virtual machine and resolved to focus solely on my work. That evening, my doorbell rang. When I checked through the peephole, no one was there. But on the ground was a small package wrapped in brown paper with no postage or shipping labels. Inside was a cheap mobile phone, switched off, with a handwritten note containing just a time, 2000 hours. Against my better judgment, I turned on the phone at the specified time. It immediately connected to a network I didn't recognize and opened to a video feed. The same room, the same angle, but now the chair was occupied. A person sat there, head covered by a black hood, hands secured behind their back. The counter now showed 12,574 and was increasing rapidly. The chat window was moving so fast it was just a blur of text. The countdown timer read 0031 minutes 8 seconds, 31 minutes. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the phone away, but I couldn't look away. I told myself I needed to know what this was, what I had inadvertently become involved with. At exactly 20:30, a figure entered the frame wearing a featureless white mask and surgical gloves. They carried a small tray of implements I couldn't clearly identify. The masked figure approached the bound person and held up what looked like a scalpel to the camera. The chat suddenly slowed, and a message appeared in red. Bidding begins. Choose location. I switched off the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I understood now what I had found, what the algorithm had failed to detect, what those 6 human moderators had recognized from experience. The empty room wasn't just an empty room. It was a stage being set. I spent the night researching red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even direct. Most credible sources insisted they were urban myths, technically impossible to stream securely. But what if the conventional wisdom was wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I needed to report this to the authorities, but I had a problem. I had accessed the site. I had watched. My digital fingerprints were all over this, and I had no way to prove I had stumbled onto it innocently. I decided to gather more evidence before coming forward. The next day, I returned to work and began examining other videos that had slipped past my algorithm, but been flagged by human moderators. There were 5 more showing empty rooms, each with different layouts, but similar empty chairs. Each file contained hidden .onion addresses in the metadata. That evening, another package arrived at my door. This one contained a USB drive. When I checked it on a secure system, it contained a single video file. It showed the complete event from the previous night. I couldn't watch more than a few seconds before shutting it down. But in those seconds, I saw enough to know this was real. These weren't actors. This wasn't simulated. And according to the counter, over 15,000 people had watched it happen. I decided to go to the police the next morning. I would turn over everything I had found and face whatever consequences came with it. I spent the night copying evidence to an external drive and writing a detailed account of how I had discovered the site. I woke to the sound of an email notification. The subject line was "Observer Status Revoked." The body contained my full name, address, and a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my flat, hours earlier. Below the photo was a message: "Participant status pending. Current bids, 18 inches. I left immediately with just my wallet and phone, checked into a hotel on the other side of the city using cash, spent the day moving between public places, trying to figure out what to do. That evening, I returned to the hotel to find the door to my room slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared untouched except for the television, which was turned onto a blank screen with a counter, 23,109. I packed up again and left, taking a night bus to Leeds, found another hotel, tried to sleep, woke to find my new room's mirror had fogged up despite no one using the shower. Written in the condensation was a set of coordinates and a time, 2 days from now. I looked up the coordinates. They pointed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Birmingham. I've been moving constantly since then, different cities, different hotels, always paying cash. I've disposed of my original phone, bought and discarded several burners. Each time I think I've broken the pattern, I find evidence they found me. A note slipped under a door, a message written on a receipt, a counter displayed on a digital screen as I walk past. The most terrifying part is not knowing how they keep finding me, or who they even are. Is it one person, a group? Is it the thousands of observers, some percentage of whom are actively tracking me? I've examined my clothing for tracking devices, checked for implants under my skin, scanned for rogue wireless signals. Nothing. 3 hours ago, I received a text on my newest phone, one that no one should have the number for. Final preparations underway. Broadcast begins 2100. Viewer count 41,863. I'm writing this in a library in Glasgow using a public computer. I've been on trains, buses and taxis continuously for the past 48 hours. I haven't slept, barely eaten. I'm running out of cash, options and places to hide. I've come to a terrible realization. What I discovered wasn't just a red room. It was an entire ecosystem built around them. My algorithm wasn't failing to detect prohibited content. It was being trained to deliberately ignore it. The company that hired me wasn't trying to remove this content. They were developing sophisticated methods to hide it in plain sight. The contract job, the test videos, the access to the secure server, it was all a setup. They weren't assessing the algorithm's ability to detect prohibited content. They were assessing me, my reaction, my moral flexibility, my potential as either an asset to their operation or a threat to be eliminated, and I failed their test by showing too much curiosity, by looking too closely at what I was meant to overlook. The most disturbing part is how vast this network must be. The resources required to track someone across multiple cities, to always be one step ahead, to have eyes everywhere. It suggests organization and reach that goes beyond what any ordinary criminal enterprise should be capable of. I wonder how many other programmers, content moderators, and data analysts have been pulled into this system. How many recognized what I failed to see and chose to look the other way? How many became observers rather than raising alarms? How many are watching now? I have less than 6 hours until the scheduled broadcast. The counter likely shows over 50,000 by now. 50,000 people waiting to watch what happens to me. I've considered turning myself in to the police, but what if some of them are connected to this network? The level of coordination I've witnessed suggests infiltration of normal systems. Who can I trust? I keep thinking about those other empty rooms I found in the test videos. How many people have sat in those chairs? How many more will follow? And was I selected randomly? Or is there something specific about me that made them choose me as the next subject? I don't know if anyone will believe this account. It sounds paranoid, even to me as I write it. But I know what I've seen. I know what's hunting me. I'm going to post this and then head to the train station. I have a plan to get to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands where a former colleague has a holiday cottage. No internet, no mobile service. Maybe if I can stay off the grid long enough, they'll select another target, move on to someone else. That's the final horror of this system. The knowledge that my only hope for survival may be that someone else takes my place in that chair, that the observer's attention shifts to another victim, that the algorithm selects a new participant. The idea makes me sick, but I'm out of alternatives. If you're reading this and you work in content moderation, data filtering, or AI development, pay attention to what your systems are being trained to ignore. Look closer at the empty rooms. Ask questions about the files everyone seems to overlook. And if you ever receive an email offering observer status, delete it immediately. Don't let curiosity lead you where it led me. The broadcast is scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. I have no intention of being in front of a camera. But as I've learned over these past terrible days, my intentions may no longer matter. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate. enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research. But I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web Red Room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. people who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access, people hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers, people who consider this dark web entertainment, and I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch someone being murdered and not realize it until months later? 3 months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a Red Room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate when he signed the lease. He explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around Industrial Solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted: fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record-keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts, verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences, 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected, while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment. It was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes. The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds, not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. A package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16. And I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned, forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name, not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering. I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand. Imagine if the biggest mistake in your life came from being curious about something you saw in a film. That's what happened to my nephew, Tom, and it's why I can't sleep properly anymore. He was 16, the kind of kid who spent his weekends helping his gran with her garden and riding his bike down to the harbour to watch the fishing boats come in. Not the sort you'd expect to get mixed up in something dark. But that's the thing about curiosity. It doesn't discriminate. It started last autumn when he watched some thriller at the cinema in Truro about people being kidnapped and forced to perform for online audiences. The film made it seem like these things actually happened, that there were websites hidden beneath the normal internet where people paid to watch terrible things in real time. Most adults would have dismissed it as Hollywood nonsense. But 16-year-olds don't have that filter yet. Tom lived with his mum in Polperro, one of those picture postcard Cornish villages where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a tourist getting stuck in the narrow streets with a rental car. His dad had left when he was small, so it was just the two of them in a cottage overlooking the harbour. She worked at the local primary school and trusted him to be sensible while she was out. The The trouble began when he started researching whether the film's premise was real. He found a Reddit thread discussing the movie, where users debated its authenticity. Most dismissed it as fiction, but a few claimed to know otherwise. One user posted a cryptic comment: "The rabbit hole goes deeper than Hollywood thinks. PM me if you're actually curious." Tom's curiosity got the better of him. He messaged the user, who responded with a YouTube link disguised as a tutorial for advanced internet privacy. The video seemed innocent enough. A bearded man in a basement explaining VPNs and encryption. But buried in the comments section were breadcrumbs, references to Tor, specific forum names, and invitation codes. It took him several weeks to work out how to access these hidden networks. The learning curve was steep, but he persisted, documenting his progress in a private Discord server he'd created. Looking back, that was his first mistake, creating a digital trail of his journey into the shadows. When he finally managed to connect, he spent hours exploring, fascinated by this parallel internet. Most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct forums, conspiracy sites, and pages that looked like they'd been abandoned for years. But he kept searching, following links and recommendations, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing the very type of content he'd seen in the film. Users shared links and recommendations with clinical detachment, discussing authenticity like film critics. Reading through the posts, he realized that what he thought was pure fiction might actually exist. The sites themselves were surprisingly primitive. Basic interfaces that looked like they'd been cobbled together by amateurs. Most required payments through complicated systems, but several offered preview sections that were freely available. The previews were disturbing enough. Grainy footage of people in windowless rooms, movements too natural to be acted, reactions too genuine to be scripted. What bothered him most was how organized it seemed, despite the amateur appearance. This wasn't random content uploaded by individuals. Someone was running a proper operation with regular schedules and systematic approach. The forums contained discussions about production quality, request systems, and expansion plans. From what he could gather, the operation was smaller than the film had suggested, but more real. It seemed to be an emerging network, testing methods and building capabilities, rather than some vast established enterprise. The amateurish appearance was deliberate, designed to look like a few perverts with cameras rather than something more coordinated. The discussions revealed they were actively recruiting both participants and what they called local assets, people who could provide information about potential targets in their areas. They weren't just looking for victims. They needed intelligence gatherers, people who understood local dynamics and could spot opportunities. Tom's mistake was engaging with the forum using the same username he'd used elsewhere online. His digital footprint was surprisingly extensive. Gaming forums, social media, even school project submissions. Anyone looking could piece together his real identity, location, and interests within hours. The first sign they'd noticed him came through his Discord server. Files appeared that he hadn't uploaded. Screenshots of his own posts, maps of Polperro with his cottage marked, even photos of him taken from his school's website. Someone had been systematically cataloging his online presence. His laptop's webcam began activating randomly, the little light blinking on during the night. When he covered it, files on his desktop would be subtly altered, documents renamed, folders reorganized, photos edited with barely visible changes. They were demonstrating access to his digital life, showing him how completely they could invade his privacy. The psychological pressure was subtle but effective. His browsing history would be altered to include sites he'd never visited. His social media accounts would show login attempts from locations across the country. And his email would receive messages that seemed to know details about his daily routine. Sleep became almost impossible. He'd lie awake wondering if the webcam was recording, if his microphone was listening, if his every keystroke was being monitored. The laptop that had been his window to the world became a source of constant anxiety. The surveillance escalated when someone began asking questions about him in the village. His mum mentioned that a stranger had approached her at the school, claiming to be conducting research on rural internet infrastructure. The questions had been specifically about teenage online habits and computer literacy in the area. They'd identified him as potentially useful, a tech-savvy local teenager with detailed knowledge of the community, living in an area with limited police presence and isolated enough for discreet operations. But more than that, they needed a test subject for their Cornwall expansion, and Tom had unknowingly volunteered by documenting his journey into their world. The breakthrough came when he found evidence of their local operations. Forum posts discussed reconnaissance trips to Cornwall, photos of abandoned buildings within driving distance of Polperro, and conversations about the advantages of working in rural areas. They weren't just theoretically interested in his region. They were actively preparing to operate there. More disturbing was discovering that several local teenagers were already being discussed as potential targets. He recognized names from his school, descriptions of people he knew, references to family situations and social media activity. The users weren't just planning. They were already gathering intelligence. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as both an asset and a target hit him hard. His online activities had demonstrated his capabilities, whilst his location made him valuable for local intelligence. By exploring their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploiting curiosity. The direct contact began with a message on his Discord server. "We know you've been watching. Time to be useful." Attached was a single photo, his bedroom window, taken from outside the cottage. The message was clear. They could reach him whenever they wanted. Instead of dramatic confrontations, they offered a simple arrangement: help with basic intelligence gathering, monitoring social media, noting when people traveled, identifying vulnerable individuals, and his online activities would remain private. Refuse and his browsing history would be shared with his mum, his school, the local police. The work started small. Screenshot certain social media posts, note when families mentioned holiday plans, track the online activity of specific teenagers. Nothing that seemed directly harmful, but each task connected him deeper into their operations. Tom tried to resist, but the leverage was too strong. They'd compiled a comprehensive dossier of his dark web exploration, complete with timestamps, screenshots, and a detailed analysis of his interests. His curiosity had been weaponized against him. The psychological control was masterful. They never threatened violence, never demanded anything obviously criminal. Instead, they gradually normalized his cooperation, making each new request seem like a natural progression from the last. His moral boundaries eroded through small compromises that individually seemed manageable. One autumn evening, the power went out across the peninsula during a storm. Not the dramatic blackout of horror films, but the kind of routine outage that rural areas experience regularly. Tom's mum went to stay with a friend whose house had a generator, leaving him alone in the cottage. 2 days later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single slip of paper with login credentials. The drive contained access to a private forum where his username was already recognized. His handlers had decided his period of basic intelligence gathering was over. It was time for more direct involvement. The USB drive contained detailed profiles of local teenagers, complete with photos, social media analysis, and vulnerability assessments. His job was to verify the information, add local context, and identify the most promising targets. His transformation from observer to participant was complete. He spent the next several hours reading through files that contained painfully detailed information about people he'd known all his life. The profiles weren't just demographic data. They included psychological assessments, family dynamics, and exploitation strategies. Someone had invested serious effort in understanding his community. By dawn, he understood his true role in their operation. He wasn't just providing intelligence, he was helping them select victims from his own community. His local knowledge, gained through a lifetime of village life, was being used to identify which of his neighbors were most vulnerable to manipulation. The trap had been perfectly constructed. His eagerness to understand had provided the initial contact. His digital footprint had given them leverage, and his local knowledge made him indispensable. Every choice he'd made since watching that film had led him deeper into their web. The network's activities in Cornwall expanded gradually over the following months. Tom's intelligence proved accurate and valuable, enabling them to operate with confidence in an area they'd never worked before. Every few weeks, they'd remind him they still had the files. Just in case he forgot, his cooperation had made their expansion possible. The guilt was overwhelming. Missing person reports, worried parents, teenagers who disappeared for days before returning changed, all traced back to information he'd provided. His questions had been transformed into complicity, his knowledge into a weapon against his own community. The authorities remained unaware of the network's activities. They investigated individual incidents without recognizing the pattern, pursued obvious suspects without understanding the sophisticated recruitment and control methods being employed. Their traditional approaches were inadequate for addressing a threat this well organized. Tom's academic performance collapsed as the psychological pressure mounted. He started keeping lists of everything he said to everyone, terrified he might forget who knew what. Teachers noticed his declining grades and withdrawal from social activities, but attributed them to typical teenage stress. The real source of his problems couldn't be discussed with anyone. The network continued to grow, not through dramatic expansion, but through careful cultivation of assets like Tom. They were building a distributed operation using local knowledge and digital leverage to establish footholds in communities across the country. What had started as curiosity about a film had become participation in something far more sinister. The most disturbing realization was that Tom's story wasn't unique. The network's recruitment methods were systematic and repeatable, designed to convert questions into complicity. They were building a network of reluctant accomplices, each trapped by their own digital footprints and moral compromises. As I write this, Tom is still in Polperro, still providing intelligence, still carrying secrets that age him beyond his years. The boy who just wanted answers about a film has been replaced by someone who understands too much about the darkness that exists beneath the surface of normal life. The network continues to operate and expand, feeding on the natural inquisitiveness of young people who stumble across references to its activities. Each new recruit follows a similar path: initial questions, gradual involvement, eventual complicity. The cycle perpetuates itself, growing stronger with each iteration. But what haunts me most isn't Tom's story, or even the network's continued operation. It's the realization that right now, Someone reading this might be wondering if such things could really exist. Someone might be inquisitive enough to start looking, to start searching, to take the first steps down a path that leads to the same destination. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16, and I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned. Forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name. Not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering, I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand.